Judith is here and Jayati is here, and we are
Jayati. Good morning, Jayati.
The participants to join. Judith, are you saying something?
The link that I have received, I mean, is it, I mean, that the Google Forms, I'm getting the a wrong file. Am I getting the wrong file?
I don't know. Even I checked, like maybe like there's already some information filled in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. If you could join like using the Zoom link. Just let me check. Like Judith is speaking something, but I could not hear her. Just a minute.
Good morning, Kiran sir.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I think the Google Forms didn't work properly.
No, sir. No
it
problem.
was just to eliminate any wrong entry. That's it. So that is the reason we kept it. But it's okay. That's why I circulated the Zoom link later.
Yes. Kiran would be fine. No, sir is not required.
Yeah.
Good morning, Shubham.
Hi, Kana. Very good morning.
Very good morning. Good morning, Anaga from Rare. Achitesh, are you there?
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, sir. Sir, Achitesh bhi hai sir आपके साथ?
Yes, sir. You will join.
Okay. Perfect. Hey, Hussein. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Kana.
Very good morning.
Good morning, all. Hussein here.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Kiran from Vikasa.
Yeah. Hussein Kiranji is the director of Vikasa.
Okay, good morning,
They're doing
Kiran.
like some phenomenal work.
Good morning.
Phenomenal work in the East Coast, in Visakhapatnam and all those regions.
Great to know about everyone's work here.
Yeah. So we have also people from rare organizations which is working with disability and all the aspects in rural places in Odisha. And then we have very interesting person. Shubham is here. Is a very young entrepreneur and quite a dynamic person. And I have my friend Dr. Achitesh Panda is also here.
Hello, good morning.
Very good morning. So Achitesh is associate with United Nations University in Germany. Good morning, Jayati.
Yeah, good morning.
Jayati is the director of Saki Waters, and also we have Judith Christiana, who is the HR manager of Saki Waters here.
Hello.
Yeah, hello Achitesh.
Hi,
I've heard a
nice
lot
to-
about
Yeah, I've heard a lot about you from Kanna.
Hope it's good.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, today.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Hussein is also a good friend of mine. He is a wildlife conservation, wildlife biologist, and has done like some phenomenal work in documentation of biodiversity across India.
Wow. Very nice to see you, Hussein.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Shubham is also here. Like he is a very dynamic young person. Is doing some really phenomenal work in startup ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Karna, for the generous introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with such dignitaries and so many things. I'm looking forward to learn so many things from everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubham. And I find like Shubham's in research interest and interventions very interesting because they're so grounded in the ground realities, which I would eventually share with you all.
Thanks again.
My pleasure. So yeah, we're waiting for others to join as well. Oh, we have Dr. Amit Mishra. Very good morning, Amit. Is here.
Hi, Kana. Hi.
Very good morning and welcome. So yeah, let me introduce Amit Mishra, who is a very young researcher, and his work is something very unique, which is rare in India. He is working and his research is focused on salt marshes and seagrass meadows, which are least studied ecosystems and habitats in the Indian subcontinent. And Amit's contributions are putting the India on the global map. And thank you, Amit, for that. And welcome. And we have people here from different organizations, and researchers and scholars are also here, and practitioners are also here. And eventually I'll just have another round of introduction of everyone to get to know each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are a few people from All Is Well and Himadri Foundation are expected to join, and hopefully they will. Debabrata and Soumya are a little busy right now, but I'm sure like they would join a little late, but they will definitely join us. Let me just reach out to others as well. Hopefully somebody might have missed the time. Just give me a minute and I'll get back in a few minutes. A quick update. So Soumya and Deba Brata would join a little later, and Anuradha from Himadri Energies would also. She's traveling right now, so she would join after 11 or something, or 11:30. So to keep with the schedule, keep up with the schedule, probably I would. I would think that it's good to start the meeting. So a warm welcome to everyone, and I would like to request Dr. Jayati Chore, the Executive Director of Saki Waters, to preside over the session. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I feel honored to welcome you all on behalf of Saki Waters to the very first meeting of Eastern Indian Mangrove Alliance for Conservation, which we call EIMAC, a new beginning for building the mangrove agenda of the region. As you all know, today we have gathered here to discuss about a very important topic, that is exploring together the ways to join hands to conserve and restore mangrove ecosystems for biodiversity and for communities. The scientific research have already proved that the east coast of India is one of the most vulnerable geographies on this planet, and call for urgent climate action and efforts for biodiversity protection. Mangroves, which are regularly referred to as a nature-based solution to the present time challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss, but the mangrove ecosystem themselves are also sensitive to climate change impacts, particularly to associated relative sea level rise and increasing salinity. Though the climate change continues to worsen, and definitely we already are facing challenges, but we also observe that global and national environmental policies and efforts are becoming increasingly stringent in response to environmental challenges, and new players are coming forward to support local level initiatives. So we see here that there are new hopes and opportunities, and new hopes and opportunities. And today we will focus on this new beginning and exploring way to harness these new opportunities to make our mangrove ecosystems survive and also to flourish. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce Saki Waters. Saki Waters, the South Asia Consortium for Interdisciplinary Water Resources Studies, is a not-for-profit organization based in Hyderabad. Saki Waters, since its inception in 2002, is continuously working to contribute towards water secure and climate resilient and sustainable ecosystems and communities. Saki Waters is affiliated with many prominent national and international bodies. To mention a few, it is empaneled with the National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti as a lead agency in South Zone. Saki Waters is also one of the affiliated South Asia Regional Network of CAPNET, the UNDP's global network for capacity building in sustainable water management. Saki Waters has been actively engaged in enhancing climate change resilience in coastal wetland areas through its projects at various locations in South Asia, through action research, capacity building, implementation, and policy advocacy. So I would not take much time of yours now so that we can save time for more discussion and experience sharing. And whenever needed, we would love to share our experience in South Asia. And I would like to request Kanna to take you to the today's meeting agenda and sharing his finding from his recent visit, field visit to some of the highly vulnerable mangrove ecosystems in Andhra Pradesh. So Kanna, it's over to you, and thank you. And I look forward to a meaningful discussion, and I'm really hopeful that we'll definitely come up with some unique ways and new avenues to collaborate towards mangrove restoration and betterment of coastal communities. Thank you so much, and once again, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much, Jayati. Thank you very much. And again, like a warm welcome to everyone. As Jayati suggested me to share my field experiences. The field experiences like partly comprises of my physical visits and meeting few of you in person, but also a lot of you virtually as well. So this idea of this Eastern Ghats, Eastern Indian Mangrove Alliance for Conservation all started from the work that Sakyavata has been doing for quite some time, and also finding the gap that there is no collaborative effort on the eastern side of India, although given that mangroves on the eastern side, eastern coast are very critical and also vulnerable at this point. So to share with, when this idea emerged, and the first person like I spoke to is my friend Achitesh Panda, and we thought like it would be a good idea like to take things forward. And to give a brief about Achitesh, like he is a researcher like on climate change and internet displacement and climate change migration. He's also associated with the London School of Economics, and right now he is associated with United Nations University based out of Germany. The journey went on, and I keep like talking to people. I also reached out to another friend of mine who is Mr. Soumya Prakash. And Soumya is right now associated with the Revitalizing Rainfed Agriculture Network, but he has also initiated this small network, which is based out of Odisha, called ODIMAN, Odisha Mangrove Action Network. Probably like almost a decade ago, or probably 5 years ago. It has done some phenomenal work, but then we are very happy like to have them come forward like to support us. And eventually also met another friend of mine, Mr. Ellen Murthy Kanti Mahanti, who is a founder of Eastern Ghats Wildlife Society, which is based out of Vizag. And Eastern AGWS is working some phenomenal work in Andhra Pradesh in conservation of fishing cat and smooth coated otters. And also a lot of their work is in conservation of king cobra species and populations on the Eastern Ghats, which is the first of its kind. And before the work of EGWS, the world did not have the attention that king cobras actually thrive on the Eastern Ghats. So his work is crucial. I think representing EGWS, like Dr. Giridhar Malla would be joining us to share a little more about what the Eastern Ghats Wildlife Society is doing. Eventually, I also met FRENIO, Center for Research on a New International Economic Order, which is based out of Chennai. And they have done like some phenomenal work. They are doing everything under the sun, but a lot of their work and the pertinent work was also done in Pulicat area in conservation of mangroves. Then I got to meet Sri Ramakrishna Gudipati, who is the founder or secretary of ASRA, which is based out of Vijayanagaram district. And ASRA stands for Association for Active Service in Rural Areas. One of the interesting things I found learned from ASRA is that they are piloting seaweed cultivation in Vijayanagaram districts, and which is the first of its kind. It's at the pilot stage, but I was very happy like to see that they've actually piloted something that is that's envisaged like by the government, envisioned by the government as a future economy of the coastal economy. So anybody like would be interested, like would definitely can reach out to ASRA to learn more about it. And then I got a pleasure like to visit the old friend organization Vikasa, and I get to meet Dr. Kiran Shakari and Suresh Shella, who are like old friends. And Vikasa has been doing some phenomenal work, and they already did like some phenomenal work in Prakasham district, where they have conserved and forested at least like 1,000 acres of mangroves in Prakasham district of Andhra Pradesh. Apart from that, like they're doing some phenomenal work in promotion of agriculture, agriculture or sustainable agriculture in the Eastern Ghats with the tribal communities. And I also eventually met Dr. Kiran Nandigam from All Is Well. And if you ever visit Kakinada city, every tree like that you find in the city was promoted and planted by All Is Well. Kiran Nandigam was he has been phenomenal in mobilizing social capital, which is the basis for taking any environmental movement forward, which has done pretty amazingly. And then I got to meet Debabrata Mandal. He's a young scholar, but he's also an activist and also an environmentalist. He is basically a geographer, and one of the is quite a phenomenon, I would say, and very famous person from West Bengal. And his experience really helped me a lot.
Letter quotation letter kada.
So Debabrata is quintessential in regeneration of 1,30,000.
అమ్మా నేను ఫస్ట్ ఒక ఓరల్ రాసుకొని నీకు కాల్ చేస్తాను.
Padma madam, Padma, please mute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Sen. So Debabrata is quintessential in afforestation and regeneration of 1,30,000 acres of mangrove forests in Sundarbans area, and he is aiming to take that number to 2 lakhs with the support and involvement of SHGs in Sundarbans. So he is likely to join us along with his research advisor, Dr. Datta, and they're going to share about their experiences with us. So I'll leave that for them to share with us. And then I met Shubham. Shubham is a very young, dynamic entrepreneur, and also he has a startup called Origa Innovative Labs, and they are doing some phenomenal work in the space of agriculture and carbon credits and carbon markets. And I had a pleasure to learn more about his startup and his ideas and his business development ideas and startup ideas, which eventually I would request Shubham to share in the following sessions. So I'll leave that opportunity for Shubham. And then I also get to meet Soumya Ranjan Biswal. He is, it's a pleasure to meet such a young man who is the UN youth advocate for coastal resilience and climate change. And he himself is a phenomenon in advocating for climate resilience and climate change adaptation. Especially most of his work is in Odisha, pertaining to olive ridley, turtle conservation, and mangrove regeneration. And he is doing some phenomenal work at the ground. And Soumya is expected to join us, as right now he is in the field, but he'll certainly join us soon. And I have Dr. Shravan Kumar, who is from Kosher Climate India Private Limited, who is also an ardent biodiversity conservationist. And right now he is associated with the carbon credit markets. He is likely to join us as well to share his views and what his support would be for EIMAC. And I have my friend here, Hussein Sheikh is a long-term friend. And Hussein has done some phenomenal work in conservation of, in documentation and conservation of biodiversity across India. And he's also a trainer for all the IFS officers who are newly recruited into through the system. And I also met Mrs. Anuradha Singh, who is a project director from Himadri Energy International. Along with her, we have her colleagues Pragna and Uttara. So Himadri Energy International is basically associated with carbon credit markets, and they evinced a lot of interest in joining us and support us. And I met Amit, Dr. Amit, as I've initially shared with few of you. Amit's work is something very unique which is rare in India, because his work and research is focused on studying and understanding the ecology of salt marshes as well as seagrasses, because a lot of work has been done on the other ecosystems, but these are the two ecosystems like that are very rarely studied in India. And so his work is extremely important at this point of time, given that much of these ecosystems are already under threat from different anthropogenic activities as well as climate change. So I also met Dr. Abira Datta Roy, who is a professor at geography, in geography, and she is associated with Deba Pratap, and she would be joining us and sharing like in her views. And I have here like Ms. Padma as well, who is also associated with an NGO as well as an enterprise based out of Hyderabad. And they are also associated with a lot of, I would say it's an entrepreneurship. So their contribution like to the environment and to this meeting today is very important, and I would like to invite her as well. So this is the journey so far. This opportunity gave me to meet a lot of interesting people, get to learn about their work, and share like the idea of why this is important, like to start this network. So with that, I would stop here, and I would like to request Dr. Amit Mishra. So currently he is associated with BNHS Odisha as a scientist, grade C, to share his phenomenal work, details of his work on seagrass and salt marsh conservation in India. Yeah, and we also have, sorry, Elizabeth, I forgot to mention Dr. Anaga he's the director of RARE, which is also based out of Odisha, and RARE has been doing some phenomenal work in research in the rural areas, as well as empowering the disability people like who are differently challenged, and their empowerment and employment. And it's also fighting for child rights as well as legal rights of the differently able people. Yeah, that's about Claire. Sorry, I just missed it. So I would like to request Dr. Amrit Mishra to have us the pleasure to learn about your phenomenal work. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Kana. Thanks for the introduction too. So let me share my screen. So many things. Okay. Is this one? Shit. Just give me a second. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Amrit Kumar Misra. I am a research scientist at Bombay Natural History Society, but currently I'm based in Hong Kong as a research scientist here. And I'm on leave from Bombay Natural History Society, and I have been working for the last 5 years on seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems across India. And I would like to say why they are important in terms of, when we are talking about mangrove conservation, mangrove restoration, or anything related to that. Yeah. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, can you see my screen? Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah, so let's start. I'm more interested in these ecosystems because coastal ecosystems, as we understand mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass, salt marsh as individual systems, they actually don't function like that. It's like they are more interconnected. So the United Nations this year talked about like seascape connectivity, how connectivity influences these ecosystems. I would like to tell you, like recently around 2,000 hectares, 20,000 hectares of mangroves died in Australia after restoring them. Why they died? Because it was just monospecific plants that were planted in there. Were not able to survive the El Nino effects that is in salinity, the pollution, and they just died after 6 years. Like you can say it was a successful restoration, but it didn't last more than 6 years. Okay, I will say it at the end. So coming to seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems, this is the global distribution of seagrass and salt marsh. It's from 30° north to 30° south. As everybody must be knowing, that these are the 5 bioregions of the global oceans, and India and the South Asia and Southeast Asia comes as in the Indo-Pacific region, which is the highly biodiverse region of the world. And we have mangroves, salt marsh, and seagrass along these regions. Okay, and so saying that, if you look at mangrove, this is like a search I did today morning and found out, like using mangroves and India, seagrass and India and all these ecosystems, you can clearly see there is a lot of studies on mangrove ecosystems, that is corals, but salt marsh, seagrass, even though salt marsh ecosystems are closely associated with mangroves. Wherever you see mangroves globally, they are called as mangrove associates, but they are independent plants. They are not related to mangroves. So there should be there are many salt marsh ecosystems which are independent of mangroves, and they are generally at the highest high tide level, and mangroves are generally at the mid or low tide level where there is frequent water. So there would be some species of salt marsh which would like closely associate with mangroves, and there would be some which are like on the highest high tide line where water reaches once a month or less than that. So this is the current, this is only for India, and you can clearly see where seagrass and salt marsh research lies. Even they are like in terms of climate change mitigation, each of them contributes significantly to carbon stocks. Same for biodiversity, same for everything. But I think it's in India, it's much easier for people to work on mangroves because they're big plants. Seagrass and salt marsh, So this is a distribution of salt marsh and seagrass ecosystems. This was recently so you can clearly see all the coastal states have seagrass and also salt marsh, except West Bengal, which doesn't have any seagrass ecosystems. But the islands and everywhere we have them. And we have them where we have mangroves, but still nobody like cares about them or nobody studies them. Why? I don't know. So let's see. So these are, because last 3 or 4 years, my research was based in Odisha. So I tried to like find out what are the species, species of India, and how much of that is in Odisha, if it is. So in India, we find around 16 species of seagrasses, and out of that, recently I found seagrasses from the Gopalpur beach area. Like there is a small creek there, and one species was recorded, but I found another one there. So it now hosts 2 species. Also the Palur Canal that connects Chilika Lagoon and Chilika Lagoon, that connects Chilika Lagoon, that has also some seagrass species, which I found last year, but it's not published yet. So Odisha have seagrass, okay? So, these are the species, if you want to, those highlighted in green. And this highlighted is a vulnerable. This is vulnerable from 2010. Globally, we just have 330 hectares of this. Only 330 hectares of less than 500 kilometers. So this year, the IUCN Species Commission is going to declare this red Halophila bakeri as endangered. It became endangered in 2010, and in 2022 it started in 2010 as vulnerable, and now it would be endangered from this year onwards whenever the report comes out. So this is present in Odisha, but nobody works on that. So same for the salt marsh species. India have like 16 species, have around 12 of them in Odisha, including this. You can clearly see, like, whenever, if you look at mangrove research, salt marsh research never picked up. Though, like in all, if you look at all mangrove survey papers, they would talk about mangrove associates and talk about the species present there, but nobody talks about their like ecology, their diversity, their importance, their carbon stocks, their ecosystem services, everything. Yeah. So Odisha have around 12 salt marsh species, and we are trying to publish this because contrary to my findings, this paper is from National Center for Environment and Forest. They say Odisha have around, like, this paper was published in 2020, and if you look at the ones like the plus and the star symbols, which is like based field observation, they say Odisha have only 5 species of salt marsh, and because they went only to Bhitarkanika National Park, that's a protected area, there is dense mangroves, so maybe salt marsh species were less there. I went to everywhere else in Odisha, that is, I went to everywhere else in Odisha, like Chandipur, Balesur, then Dhamra, then Devi River. All those areas, we did surveys, we collected plant samples, and that there are 12 species of salt marsh present there that are either associated with mangroves. Of 12 species of 12 species of salt marsh, contrary to 5, which the Ministry of Environment and Forest and the National Center says. So this is like a whole different level of bias. Like maybe those scientists, I don't know, maybe they, because in the paper it says they only visited Bhitarkanika National Park. So it means like, okay, that ecosystem is important, but everything else is not. That should not be the way forward, because when climate change or sea level rise will happen, it will not only happen in Bhitarkanika, it will happen everywhere else too. So how, like when you talk about nature-based solutions, it's not only mangroves that are going to protect you from storm surges, you also need coral reefs, you also need salt marshes for salt intrusion. So each one has a different role to play, and focusing only on one species will not help us. Yeah. So, yeah. So these are 2 new species, like, okay, imported from India, but not from Odisha, from the latest survey from the ministry, but found this in Dhamra and in Rasikulya. This species, very small fracts, small zones, but they are. This one, the Helitropium curasavicum, is an globally it's an endangered species because found in its population or density is generally very low, but it's a salt marsh species, and we like, as we're talking about mangrove alliance, mangrove conservation, we also need to conserve this species because they play an important role in sediment stabilization, which helps in mangrove restoration or mangrove growth and generation and everything. So why these species are important? So when we talk about sustainable development goals, maybe for seagrasses, people generally talk about life below water. Why they are important in terms of ocean acidification and warming, because fish is there. Fish is related to ecology. Fish is there, so here to say, yeah, those plants underwater are directly related to this. No, that's not the only case. Here I am showing you how they are related to 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals, but they are related to at least 12 or more. If we go in more details according to each of those, sub-criteria of Sustainable Development Goals. So how they are related to hunger, to poverty, like the coastal communities, if you know about Park Bay, Gulf of Mannar region, they collect a lot of like shellfish, lot of conch shells, so many things from the intertidal areas where there is seagrasses. Same for salt marshes, like people from the Odisha coast use their cattle to feed salt marsh, like the Porteraceae corcata or Oryza corcata, which is called as a wild rice. So that wild rice has salt-tolerant genes, which Swaminathan Research Foundation in India is using to genetically modify coastal like rice plants that are grown in coastal agriculture to make them salt-tolerant. You cannot extract that gene from a mangrove and put it into a rice plant. You have to extract it from a similar plant, which is the wild rice, which is Oryza corcata. But that plant is data deficient in IUCN. We published an article last year about that, like why management of that species is important. So that relates to your hunger, to your poverty, to your good health and human being, good health, and also climate action, because that's a salt marsh species that stores carbon. So if you are looking for carbon credit, like 1 hectare of mangrove and 1 hectare of salt marsh would have probably 20% of difference of carbon stocks, like for Porteraceae corcata. But this information is not there because nobody studies these plants. So that is not there for people or the policymakers to, to include them in their research and their plans of conservation and management. Mostly, like in India, mostly salt marsh ecosystems are used. In Tamil Nadu, they are used where they release the wastewater from leather industry because they are very good pollution indicators, and they can filter those pollutants because they survive longer. They have, like thicker leaves, which helps them, filtering those pollutants. So they are used for that, but that's the ecosystem service, of those salt marsh ecosystems. And nobody considers that for monitoring coastal pollution or, towards our good health and well-being, because if you are releasing toxic chemicals and the salt marsh as a wetland is filtering that, so that's the ecosystem service, and that's helping the coastal communities to have a better life, but nobody talks about that, And the most important is clean water and sanitation. So how waste management or wastewater management scenarios is in India, and the presence of seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems filters a lot of pathogens, and that research is globally done, but in India, it's like very less. Even people have found that presence of seagrass helps coral reefs monitor their bacterial pathogens. So that much important are these ecosystems, but they are traditionally overlooked. Don't know why. Nobody works on them in India. So this is the other aspect of it, how these are, let's say, iconic creatures or organisms that are associated with seagrass ecosystems, like the seahorse. There are 7 species of them in India, and all of them are. Similarly, the green sea turtles, the dugongs, these are also endangered in India. Maybe we have. All of these are also dependent on, like seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems, not only mangroves, not only coral reefs. These organisms are also dependent. If we don't work or research or, understand these ecosystems and how the interaction is going to change with climate change, with ocean acidification, with pollution, how these things are going to affect this marine forest or underwater forest, wetlands. So if we don't understand that, how are we going to manage these, populations of turtles, seahorses, dugongs, crabs, all the fish, around 20% of commercially important fish, which we eat in India, spend some of their time in either salt marshes or seagrasses when they're small, like in their juvenile stages. Yeah, when they grow big, they move into mangroves because they can escape predation. But when they're small, they spend their time in there. So without these ecosystems, how we are going to manage our sustainability development goals, our biodiversity targets, our climate actions. So for me, like, yeah, mangroves are good because you can say, yeah, they are protecting you from storm surge and giving you, like food and nutrition, and also like fisheries. But all that fisheries doesn't grow in mangroves. They grow in seagrasses or in salt marshes or in coral reefs, and they migrate towards mangroves. It's not always, because mangrove sediments is anoxic. It's more with sulfide. So generally few organisms would be able to survive there. But yeah, with tides, the big fish and everything comes in to eat whatever has like been produced there by planktons or other animals. But most of these commercially important fish, they prefer seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems. So when we talk about mangroves, yes, they are the keystone species. Let's talk about them. Let's protect them. That's perfect. That's fine. But we should not include the other ones, which are equally important. Yeah. So what are the threats? Like this is from my article. Like so you can clearly see, like, we need a lot of data regarding the research and monitoring and providing a policy framework, like so many things we need data. But in the meantime, because we are focused on only one or two ecosystems, the whole ecosystem in general, these ecosystems like seagrass and salt marsh ecosystems are kind of getting degraded for various reasons, like from fishing to converting these into salt pans, from tourism, from coastal development. I have been to Dhamra port in Odisha, where they are, because of the port, the coastal dynamics, sediment dynamics is changing, and they have transplanted, like they have done mangrove restoration on Port Teresia Corcata, which is a salt marsh plant on them, and you can see, like, it's devastated. The mangroves are not growing well because they need, like other plants, mostly the salt marshes like Sporobolus virginicus, Myrostasia wheatiana. These are like different species that grow with mangroves. They need those plants to have some ecological functions, which we don't understand yet, but they are needed. And this has been done successfully in Sundarbans in West Bengal, where they planted Sporobolus virginicus first. So once those grass got settled in that area, then they planted mangroves above the Sporobolus virginicus areas, and they have been successful, very successful in restoring mangroves, because those Sporobolus virginicus salt marsh plants prevents the erosion of sediment from there. So that helps the mangrove species to grow over there. That's like, this is published in 2017. That's like one aspect, but there should be much more, which I don't know because I have not carried out all the research, but there are those ecological connectivity and ecological functions between these ecosystems, which you need to understand better to increase their resilience to climate change, to coastal erosion, to everything, because it's not just putting one ecosystem in there will not help. So, yeah, so these are, thanks, providing me the opportunity to. And these are all the funders. Like I have recently fellowship, which is to work on mangroves for islands. I also got this Global Education Foundation. I'm the first and the only one to get it from the Global Ocean Acidification from this year, because they just provide one fellowship. Then I have got money from the Science and Engineering Board in India, of course, BNHS, and I'm currently working here. So I will be back in India in March. It's a collaborative project where we're looking at seagrass restoration in Hong Kong. Yeah, so that's me. Yeah, any questions you guys have? Yeah, please go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. And thank you so much for actually taking time. I know you have another meeting scheduled like for today, but thank you so much like for taking time for us and preparing such wonderful presentation on such a short notice. But I think I am personally very happy that I think the starting and the beginning of this meeting, online meeting, cannot get better than this, because you actually opened a very broad door and presented like such a holistic picture of why this is important, like to focus on salt marshes as well as seagrass. I think Jayati has some questions for you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah. Thank you, Amrit. And it's not a question, but I would like to actually appreciate your work. And one thing I liked about your presentation is that you emphasized on the need for integration, because that is what is lacking. Because here people, when they talk about nature-based solution, or they talk about biodiversity, or about any kind of ecosystem-based restoration programs, they fail to recognize or identify or appreciate these linkages. They have to understand that in nature, nothing works or functions in isolation. So when they talk about mangroves, because what happens, you talk about mangroves regeneration, then they have this monoculture, and then they focus only on climate action, and they feel that mangroves, just by planting some like single species of mangroves, will help. But then they have to understand that in order to survive, because these are natural ecosystems, these are not some plantation drive. So like you very well presented, and I'm very happy that you brought this topic here in the meeting, so that everyone, all of us, don't forget to include this, that biodiversity. And then because mangroves are not just plants or like some artificial forest, they are habitats which have like a good biodiversity, but in like they are also part of like different other ecosystems, other larger ecosystems. And then so I wanted to appreciate, and we would love to continue hearing from you. And I hope that we can collaborate and like develop something where like we have your active involvement. So thank you so much, Amrit, for your time and for your insight and sharing this wonderful research which you are doing, and all the best for your PhD.
It's already a PhD.
Oh, all the best for your postdoc then.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you have, yeah. I thought you have gone to Hong Kong for your PhD, but okay, it's my bad.
No. I am done with my PhD from University of Plymouth in UK from 2017.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to join as a wetland restoration senior scientist in Australia from May onward.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to restore wetland areas, and I want, because there is Indo-Australia, Prime Minister Modi have initiated this program where you can work on climate change aspects of Indo-Australia.
Okay.
There is funds for that, so we are going to apply for that, and I want to like initiate my first project in Odisha with help of IIT Bhubaneswar and BNHS and ISER because that has to be like with research organizations. So I'm happy that I got to know about Saki waters and I presented my research, and so it would be a good way to do the initiation to get the funds and start working. And yeah, so I'm happy that you guys invited me, and I'm happy to present my research. Yeah.
Thank you, Amrit. Yeah, so we'll stay in touch, and then try to explore new avenues to work with you, because wetland is something, one of our like priority areas. So we'll definitely get a lot of new learnings from you. So we look forward to,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amrit.
So after, I think a little later, like Dr. Ravi Shankar Tupalli, he has joined. He is a very renowned person who is associated with UNDP and all the international organizations. He has been a consultant with them, and he has a profound knowledge of agroecological systems as well as mangroves. And he was associated with MS Swaminathan Foundation for quite some time, and did some like phenomenal work on mangrove ecosystems and agriculture, like in India. And later we also have Shubham from All Is Well. Shushant from All Is Well, and Uttara and Pragna from Himadri Energies, and Soumya has also joined us from IDMAN. Ravi Shankar Garu is also here. Good morning, sir, and we are delighted to have you here. It's a privilege, like, for us. To speak with the there is some disturbance, like, sorry for that.
I think everyone else should like switch off, mute them when one is speaking. Yeah, thank you.
To stick to the schedule, which was planned, so I'd like to invite Dr. Kiran Sakari, who is the director of Vikasa, to share, like, some of details, like, about their work in Andhra Pradesh in terms of natural resource governance and the empowerment of local communities, as well as improvement of livelihoods, and what they would like to suggest for the EIMAC, and how we should move forward, like, with this network. Dr. Kiran, kindly share your views and experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanna, and thanks for your flattering remarks on us. After Amit's presentation, I think anybody's presentation will be, very shallow. This reiterates my feelings that there's much to learn, and we are still at the beginning of the ocean. We just started or swimming every day, being a student of science. So thanks, Kanna, thanks Kanna and Saki Waters, Jaiti, for this initiative, and nice to get in touch with all the good people here. So I'm Kiran. I work for an NGO called Vikasa, the director. So Vikasa is a 35 years young organization. So we have been working with predominantly we have been working with the indigenous communities in the tribal areas of Eastern Ghats, especially in the Visakhapatnam district. And our main focus is on the natural resources management, which is centered around agri and horticulture based livelihoods. So that's where we are more grounded, and our work, and much of our work and experience is also is from that sphere of life. So as far as this mangrove area work is concerned, we did a small project in the Guntur district, not in the Prakasam district. So we did a small project. It was a 2 years project between 2006 to 2008, and long back. It worked. We worked in the 3 panchayats across 2 mandals. So in Andhra Pradesh, one is Bapatla Panchayat and the Karlapalam mandals, and there are 3 panchayats in these 2 mandals. So in these 2 mandals, we work with around 900 families. So on the mangrove, basically it was like sensitizing the people on the mangroves, so conservation, restoration, and we also took up some alternative livelihoods activities for the people who are dependent on in the mangrove area. So as there was much of the destruction was going on, our focus was mostly on the sensitizing the people on why to conserve mangroves and how to conserve mangroves. So as part of this project, we also had to work with the Department of Forestry Department. So there are always challenges in working with the government departments, and despite all these problems, and being a limited time that we worked in that mangrove area, and we could work in the in around 3 panchayats with around 900 families. So we were able to create some sensitization programs. Around 36 sensitization programs happened, like different modes, like street plays, then cultural activities and all these, video shows. So all these activities were taken up. Apart from that, mangrove conservation committees were also formed in 9 villages. So these committees were taken to the Koringa area. Koringa is near Kakinada, where MS Swaminathan Research Foundation is working on the mangroves. So to sensitize the people and also to get them exposed to the work that other people are also doing, we took these committees to the Koringa area. And after returning from the Koringa area, we also worked on the alternative livelihoods, because these predominantly, there was a lot of destruction was going on in those areas. So the alternative livelihoods that we thought was like backyard poultry, kitchen gardening, then net making, and also the beekeeping activities. These are the activities. So around 155 families were identified as beneficial, identified and also provided the support to initiate their alternative livelihoods. So that was the small work that we could work in the tribal areas. Later on, apart from that, when we also work in the Visakhapatnam area. We worked with fisher folk in the Bhimlipatnam area. It was predominantly a rights-based work in the Bhimlipatnam area, in the Visakhapatnam district. Then other area, as I told you, it's mostly in the Araku region. Araku is called an Andhra in Andhra. So it's a tribal area. It's around 700 meters above the mean sea level. So where we work, or much of the work is focused in this area. We also work on the marketing front. Like we've been working there for the last 20 years, and we were quite successful from bringing phenomenal changes in the productivity front. So the main area where farmers are facing issues is the market. So we started the farmer producer companies, and we are also doing pretty well with the farmer producer companies as well. So I think this is the brief that I could share with you all in this initial meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. Is there anything like that you think is very crucial and very important to work on mangroves, especially in Andhra Pradesh, and how would you think EIMAC can be a part of that?
Yeah, the current political situation, I had a brief discussion with the, in fact, it was long back we worked in those areas, and I never had any opportunity in the last 10 years to visit that area. The project was completed. So I had a brief discussion with the people, some of the people that we earlier worked, who earlier helped us in the project. So the political situation is very, fluid in Andhra Pradesh, especially in Andhra Pradesh. So, on one side, even the officials are also not, in a situation to help these people. There are the people who are trying to conserve the mangroves in the, voluntarily in this area. So, but they are finding it difficult this political situation. So that's the current unfortunate situation happening in Andhra Pradesh. But as far as our work is concerned, we focus more on the providing alternative livelihood, so that destruction is reduced. At the same time, we have taken up plantation around 16 acres with around 28,000 plants in the mangrove area with 9 species. So that was major work in those 2 years.
Thank you so much. It's a very nice thing, because there is research and there are aspirations and there is climate change or whatever, but ground level, understanding the ground level political situations and socioeconomics as like quite quintessential and very important for taking things forward. And thank you so much, like, for bringing that picture, and we'll keep that in mind. One from Amrit's presentation, that integration is important, but also like learning from the ground, keeping in mind the socio-political scenarios are also equally important for any kind of intervention and planning. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think Sushant is here, who is representing All Is Well, an organization based out of Kakinada, the city where I was born and brought up from. I think Mr. Kiran Kishore, like, I may not be able to join us. So I would like to request Sushant to represent All Is Well and share with us the kind of activities like All Is Well had been doing and how they can contribute to taking this mangrove conservation forward. Sushant, are you here?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Sushant, hi. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kana,
So
can
thank
I
you for
just
that
have
warm
a
introduction.
quick question before Susant speaks out?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So,
Yes,
to
sir.
someone who just spoke about,
Yeah,
are
Dr. Kiran.
collecting data that those coastal communities that are in Andhra Pradesh, how much they are dependent on mangroves? Do we have that? Like how much fish they catch from there? Like a rough data for the East Coast would be very valuable, to put it into graphs and say,
Yeah.
okay, in Andhra Pradesh, there are 2,000 people who are dependent on this region of mangrove forest who take firewood, who take honey, who take fish, who take flowers, whatever they are collecting from mangroves, because those are the people that are going to conserve that forest. We can do everything, but those are the people that are going to manage it, they are going to use it, So we need that kind of data to build this mangrove alliance that would help us in, like restoring and doing everything that comes after.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like that's well taken and noted. I think Sushant, sorry, for pausing a little bit. So for this question, I guess I would invite Dr. Ravi Shankar Tupaligaru, who is here to respond to Amrit. I'm sure he is the best person to respond to this.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And I had to go to temple this morning. That is why I could not join in time.
No.
I joined when Amit was making his presentation. And also I heard the next person from Vikasa talking about some mangrove restoration work in, I think, Nizampatnam area. It should be because it is in Guntur between 2006 and 2008. I'll, as you know, Kanna said, I'll give a broad, kind of a work that has happened in East Coast of India since when it started, and that would help, for this alliance to go forward and go beyond, for United Nations University Tokyo and United Nations University Hamilton and United Nations University Brussels, I have been advising to take horseshoe-shaped mangrove conservation from Maldives, Sri Lanka, India, all the 4 coastal states, Myanmar, Thailand, and a bit of Singapore and Malaysia, which we should take up because this is a cyclone-prone area, and unfortunately, it always hits Bangladesh, where I have been working very closely with FAO. As far as a mangrove restoration is concerned, it is kind of spoken in with different schools of thought, like restoration, regeneration, conservation, sustainable management. In India, fortunately, we have, though it is a bureaucratic system, but the forestry department has been working with 1927 Indian Forest Act. We have joint forest management. That is for high forests where you can get minor forests produce. But as far as mangroves are concerned, we don't get usufructs, tangible usufructs. It is only much more the intangible benefits that we get from mangroves. It is ecosystem benefits rather than from the goods and services. It is only the services that we get. In that sense, And before I go detail, just somebody was asking about the baseline data about how many families or how many individuals are dependent on mangroves, and what are the just now person from Vikasa spoke about alternative livelihoods. Exactly, alternative livelihoods. There are two types of alternative livelihoods: additional livelihoods and alternative livelihoods. We should go more for alternative livelihoods rather than additional livelihoods, which even the UNDP Jeff project, which we concluded 3 years ago, and the ongoing GCF project, which has taken up very massive work in 3 states: Maharashtra, Orissa, and Andhra Pradesh. And I did the terminal evaluation for Jeff project for UNDP Sindhudurg. We learned a lot of lessons. We should now work closely with UN organizations, particularly UNDP, and the funding agencies GCF and Jeff. And also we should work closely with UNDP Jeff small grants projects, because I have been helping develop projects for Jeff small grants projects. They give only hardly 36,000 Indian rupees, but the amount of work they have done, that is what I always advise UN agencies to take, leaves from Jeff projects, small grants projects, because they are productive oriented. And as far as restoration is concerned, there are 2 types of issues that involve in first degradation of mangroves: technical reasons and social reasons. Social reasons are what just now Vikasa person was saying, and I think when he spoke about Swaminathan Foundation, she should have been working with Ramasubramaniam, my colleague. I left in 2005 and joined FAO. Till then, we have restored 1,200 hectares in West Bengal, Orissa, and Andhra Pradesh. And recently, I posted my book on Atlas of Mangrove Wetlands of Andhra Pradesh. In that, you will get baseline data up till 2006. And the data will be, you can correlate that with 2011 census data, and accordingly you can increase, because this dependent has not decreased. I don't know why. And so even though a colleague from Vikasa was talking about the political situation, sometimes it so happens but there is no other way go, and funding has reduced. And even though the National Committee on Wetlands and Coral Reefs, our Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change has established, they have also increased the budget for restoration. And as far as restoration chances in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, we did a survey based on remote sensing and GIS, and there are very few patches. And these patches, some NGO colleagues are trying to work out 2 models. One is by the Swaminathan Foundation model, which is developing trenches and at the 45-degree angle, planting nursery raised saplings. Why nursery raised saplings? Because somebody was questioning. We tried both direct dibbling as well as nursery raised plantations. When A.V. Joseph was the former principal chief conservator of forest, a good professional friend of mine, we actually were thinking there were more casualties when we go for direct dibbling rather than nursery raised. When I was working in Bangladesh for FAO, I worked with one colleague, Mr. Chowdhury. He told me, sir, it is better to go for nursery raised seedlings, because when the direct dibbled seeds are sprouting and when the young tender juvenile seedlings are coming, they emit a kind of smell which is attracted by the crabs. So the crabs come and eat away the seedlings. That is why it is better to, because in raising nurseries, there is one advantage. We can involve self-help, women self-help groups, so that they will get alternative livelihoods. And at the same time, we are sure of at least 60 to 65% of survival rate. When direct dibbling, it is only 15 to 20% survival rate. Because when you direct dibble or plant the nursery raised seedlings, labor cost is same. Again, when you go for next, and also when you collect the seeds, there are seasons. I will also post my books on restoration and also nursery raising, and also Mangrove Genetic Resources Conservation Center, and also one book on Telugu, which will guide people who are more interested. Nowadays, I see many people are interested because they are doing drone survey for identifying. I will also send my PowerPoint presentations. you can, have a look at it, and that will be quite useful. That talks about restoration. And as far as Orissa, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh along the east coast, I can also talk about Bangladesh because I have been working, and I also worked in Myanmar. We have potential for raising mangrove areas, but we need to train some good, that is what I say, mangrove conservation core, MCC. Then only, we can make sure of, but they should be more from the local communities with the support from, university professors who are interested, and also the local resident NGOs, because they have a stake with the local communities, whether mangroves or, like Vikasa said, whether it is tribal communities. I did my PhD on ethnobotany, that is about the tribals. So I could, give some support or some advice from H2O, hills to oceans. So in UNDP language, we call reef to ridges, but we don't have much, reefs here. And our colleague from Australia was speaking, the person who is going to go to Australia was speaking about salt marshes, and it is integrated, like, and the coral reefs, seagrass beds. We have a very good book when I was working in Botanical Survey of India. We produced seagrasses of, East Coast. That is one of the best books after Den Hartog. Den Hartog from Netherlands is an authority on seagrasses. I don't want to take much time. Please, keep in touch so that, I can provide. But one thing, we should go quickly from East Coast to, from, the horseshoe-shaped Bay of Bengal program. I have also told the FAO Large Marine Ecosystem, Bob LME, Bay of Bengal Large Marine Ecosystem Group, which I think Mr. Yadava was heading, and now somebody else has come, and I have not met him yet. Though I have shifted, I lived in Kakinada for 25 years continuously, and I can say, I am the one who has done the long-time ecosystem restoration and management monitoring of Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary from 97 to 2022. And I have shifted to Chennai, but still I can support Andhra Pradesh, because still I am a member of the State Wetlands Authority and Red Plus Committees of Andhra Pradesh. I'm glad to be, associated with your group, because many youngsters I find. Please feel free to contact me, and without losing time, somebody was talking about, data also. Metadata is available, but unfortunately it is scattered. And somebody from this group who are young can take up either MPhil or PhD to do bibliography on mangroves of India. And I am now working for Japan International Cooperation Agency, all the projects in India as international co-team leader. Fortunately, JICA has taken a decision to hire Indian with international experience as an international one. So I have the advantage. I'm now working for Gujarat and Tamil Nadu and Meghalaya. So I'm going to Meghalaya on 19th for 45 days to do restoration of hilly areas. We have 5 models and addressing this sustainable development goals, and also UN Decade on restoration. So I'm sorry, I've taken a long time. Thank you. We will let us keep in touch so that I can provide whatever support you want. I will certainly provide. I should thank my friend Kishore to put me on this.
Yes,
thank you. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, for wonderful insights. And we are very fortunate and actually honored to have you here. And thank you so much for joining us on such a short notice. And also thank Kishore Garu to actually put you in touch with us. We are very fortunate to have you here. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Actually, I'm amazed to see the kind of work you have done on coastal ecosystems, including mangroves, and we'll definitely be in touch with you. We would like to have all your publications, and it's wonderful to have you here, who is such an eminent scientist and work with various international and national organizations. So we'll definitely have something more to learn from you. So we look forward to be in touch with you. Thank you, sir.
Put some email group so that we can keep sharing, because sharing will only help people to learn quickly, because we can't lose time. Already we have lost mangroves. And yeah, I wanted to suggest on the lines of JFM, we have proposed a policy to Government of India on joint mangrove management, asking both the Forest Department and Fisheries Department to work together. I have met the secretaries of maritime states and also suggested them, because in Forest Department works in its own, domain, and Fisheries
Exactly.
Department is working. And unfortunately, we don't have IFS for Indian Fisheries Service, because when there is somebody from civil services, they will try to certainly dominate. It is there is no. It is an open secret. So Fisheries Department are shying away. That is what I have seen in many meetings, though it is headed by an IAS officer. But still, I think at the ground level, when I talk to the fisheries inspectors, they find it very difficult to implement many of the things. So it is better the Government of India takes up one decision and then brings out the policy on joint mangrove management on the lines of joint fisheries, forest management, because there are no use effects from mangroves except providing nursery grounds. And then though they play all the four services of ecosystem restoration, still we need a long way to go. So we will work out on that. There is no second thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So yeah, now I'd like to invite Sushant, like I'm from on this well. Sushant, I'm really sorry, but I thought the knowledge sharing of Dr. Ravishankar sir is like so crucial at this moment, like to respond to what Dr. Mishra has questions. So I thought like that's very important. So I would like to invite Sushant to share a little bit about All Is Well's work.
Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. You have already told a lot about our small little NGO that is working for the last 6 years in Kakinada. So, so our foundation name is All Is Well. So we are a completely voluntary organization started by a group of, can say, friends who wanted to make a change in how our urban environment is going in our city. So for the last 6 years, we have gathered a lot of volunteers, a lot of students, and a lot of other nature enthusiasts together. So every weekend on Sunday, we everyone meets together for 3 hours to 4 hours and take up plantation programs and take up awareness programs in different places in Kakinada. So we have over 250 avenue plantations, block drives. They're essentially roadside plantations. And what's unique in what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring out the locals, the people who are living nearby into the program. I mean, they will whenever we go for a plantation, we try to mobilize the people around that locality into this program and into the plantation, so that there will be more success rate in maintaining the plants, and there will be more emotional connection with the work we are doing. So, and we have been taking up beach cleaning programs and awareness about plastic waste management and general waste management, especially in the beach regions, and so that the pollution mitigation from the people's side gets strengthened. So, and we have also taken up some niche programs like we have Hope Island, which is a small island just a few kilometers from the coast. So it's like geologically speaking, it's a very newly formed island. So it's a very fragile ecosystem. So our and it's a very good important place for olive ridley turtle hatching. So we have tried to mobilize the fishermen to take up the conservation and take up eco-friendly practices, especially near the island. And we take up cleaning drives and awareness drives every just before the hatching season of olive ridley turtles. So, and we have worked with the Kakinada Municipal Department in trying to give a greener direction to the Swachh Bharat program, and even at a certain level, the Smart City program. So, be it rejuvenating of parks or new roads or whatever, we try to bring in an element of greenness into that development by collaborating actively with the municipal department of Kakinada. So currently we are taking up a canal bank beautification and ecological restoration. It's a very even historically important canal connecting Kakinada to basically the canal connects to the Godavari. So it was used for navigation long time ago, but now it's in a very pitiable state, and the pollution and the waste management around the canal bank is a really huge issue right now. So right now we are trying to bring a shift in how they are managing the canal bank region by taking up plantation, by taking up mitigation programs around the region. So, and yeah, so briefly, that's what All Is Well has been doing the last 6 years. So, and it's a great initiative and opportunity for us to be a part of a group with experts like this. Because, as you know, Kakinada is a very contiguous region with the Koringa forest, and there's a relation, ecological relation between them, because a lot of pollution from Kakinada is going to affect the Koringa region. And if we don't address the pollution problem from the Kakinada seaport and from the Kakinada region, then however large the plantation program or restoration program in Koringa is being done, the problem will continue to be persisted. So we are trying to the future steps would be an collaborative process in managing Koringa forest by taking up urban mitigation as a part of the larger project over there. So, and one other region where we want help from experts is Kakinada has these mud flats near to the beach. But and even I think the Asian waterbird census has been done just 2-3 days ago, and they recorded the endangered Indian skimmers over there. Even the last census, they recorded huge number of skimmers over there. But if you see the place, it's not really an ecologically healthy place over there. So, and conservation of mud flats is a different game altogether. So we need more technical support on how to and what interventions to take up so that the region gets ecologically healthy back again. And as Kiran sir was talking about the political situation, that is also an issue here, because a lot of development is happening near to the coastal region, especially the new PMAY scheme, housing scheme has been expanding towards the coastal region. And there's also reports from 2020 where in the guise of COVID lockdown, there has been lots of deforestation, because there were no people over there to really monitor the situation. Within days and weeks, large swatches of mangroves inside urban limits, which are actually told to, said to be a part of Koringa, but they are divided by a small stream. So they are all like of annexed to the Koringa forest, but there have been lots of deforestation in that region for this housing schemes. So there's also the political pressure or the lobbying that we need to effectively address these problems. So yeah, that's from All Is Well side.
Thank you, Sushant. And I was wondering whether any of us has any responses for Sushant. Please, Jayati.
Well done, Sushant. I'm like, I have no words. Because the youth like you are the real change agents, and you are the hope of our future. And I'm like amazed to see like you are so young and already all is well is 6 years old.
No,
So very
actually,
impressive. Yeah, it's very
yeah.
impressive, and lots of best wishes. And we really need people like you. So great.
So speaking, all is well is actually started a long before I joined over there. So Kishore sir was the real brains behind it. Sadly, he couldn't be here right now, but yeah, I've been working with them for a long time now. But yeah,
No, that's great to see. So
Yeah,
thank you so much. Yeah.
yeah, Shushan,
थ्री
Dr.
जो है वो
Mishra has
सामने वाली
something.
लेन थे.
Dr. Mishra has something to say.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Susant, for this lovely talk and what you are doing. But what I'm worried about
Okay, 5 minutes to the
the youth
stairs.
is, do you guys collect that data? What are the different kinds of plastics you found? I keep telling Somya, because I know Somya in Odisha and I work with him. I keep telling him like to collect the data. That data, like in Odisha, there is this ban on single-use plastics. But if we are still getting them in mangroves of Astarang or Devimau, where are they coming from? Is it like you can look at the packages, or you can tell the state government only based on that data. So if you are doing this plastic cleanup program, that's perfect, that's fine, but collect the data. Like have the data, put it on your website, or just keep it. So because now we are forming this mangrove alliance. So let's say in 5 years time, we can say we cleaned off this much amount of plastic, out of which this much amount was single-use plastic. So the ban on plastic policy is not effective. That should go to the policymakers, to the government and everyone. Yeah, you banned it, but it's not working. So people are still buying it, still manufacturing it. So we need a better way of stopping this, So for that, we scientists need to like have data and like to publish it or to put it into perspective. So for all those guys, I keep telling Somya, and I'm also telling you, keep like even a filled seat, like rough filled seat is fine. 20 kilos of plastics, okay, out of that, just have a percentage. 15% are plastic bottles. Whatever you think, I'm not telling you to go into very details. No, just have rough data, because when you collect 20 kilos or 50 kilos of plastics, you won't be able to segregate it and measure everything. No, don't do it. It's fine. Just have a rough idea. From this, maybe this much was plastic bottles, this much was that. So just have that data. So in a long term, it will help us a lot.
Yes, sir.
If our policy, whatever they are making, is effective or not. The other part of that is we have to stop plastics at source. When they're entering the rivers, you can clean as much as you clean in mangrove areas, but if they keep coming, it will never end.
Yes, sir.
It's like the problem, we have to block the plastic in our cities, that it never enters the drains, and that part. I'm talking with few people in India to start that, but yeah, that's the way forward. It's not like how much you can clean, like if going in, like how much you can clean. So thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so
I
much.
will
sir.
definitely keep that in mind the next time we go out in the field again.
No, I think like the data is like the gold right now, like it's considered as
Yes,
gold.
sir.
I think like future is all about data.
Yes,
Because
sir.
even Indian government banned single-use plastic, but
Yes,
the scientists from Department of Science and Technology on an interview are using Bisleri plastic bottles. So what's the meaning of banning that?
Exactly.
So I put it on Twitter, like if you are banning it, then why your officers are using it in the first place? So that has to come concrete, like from the scientific community, only with data. And all those people who are doing these cleanups and everything, they should collect that data and share us. Like now we're going to have this EIMAC. Let's collect that data and like let's see where we are in 5 years or 4 years. Yeah.
Yes.
That's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So we have Mr. Soumya Prakash, who is associated with the Revitalizing Rainfed Agriculture Network and also the co-founder of ODMAN. And I would like to request Soumya to share a little bit about his experiences with ODMAN, Odisha Network, the Odisha Mangrove Network. And yeah, I'll invite Soumya. Soumya, are you there?
Soumya from Odisha? No, I don't think he's here.
I think he left. So okay. Let's see. Okay, to keep the ball rolling. So would probably Soumya would join us later. So now we have Dr. Achitesh Panda, who is from the United Nations University, who has done some phenomenal work on finances as well as Achitesh Panda to share about his work. And he is one of the pioneers who published on climate migration way back, probably like more than like a decade ago, when there was very little or none information available in India. So I would like to request Dr. Panda to share like a little bit about his experiences and research and how this should be taken forward, especially in terms of mobilizing resources and through insurance and climate financing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kara. Can you hear me, guys? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and all the credit goes to you, Kana. You are the man who started this idea of forming an alliance, and I must say that here. Yeah. And originally in the plan there was this present for myself to present on migration, but in the last moment I changed my plan not to present on migration, but I will talk a little bit on climate finance, because I think that's one of the key lessons that I got to hear from the people, because we have a lot of ways to do things to restore the mangroves and things like this, but where is the finance coming from? If you look at the COP26, the loss and damage funds has been established and people are trying to get more funds, but where do we get the funds from here? So that's one of the most important topic, and I'm really happy and be honored to be here. Thanks, Sakiwata and Kana, to invite me here to talk a little bit on this. I will share my screen here. Let me know if you can see it. Yeah, give me a sec. Can you see my screen now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, for those who don't know me, I am Achitesh, and I work with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative. We are hosted at the United Nations University in Bonn in Germany. And I'm a senior research associate. I work in the area of climate and disaster risk finance and insurance for the last few years. And as Karna mentioned, that I have been also working on climate migration quite a bit in India and in Southeast Asia. So today I listened to very interesting presentations earlier, like they talked about these mangroves and how to restore them, what kind of works are going on in the last decade in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. We have a long east coast, as we all know, and we need to protect the mangroves. So I'll just try to keep it very broad and try to focus a little bit on how can we really mobilize finance to restore these mangroves at the broader level, and how this alliance that we have formed, which is very interesting, going ahead can generate more funds for restoring the mangroves and doing different kind of work in mangrove restoration and other things. So as we all know that you can see from the screen that in the COP27 as well, we have this huge target of achieving net zero emission in the next 30 to 40 years. By 2050, we must reach net zero emission, and and ecosystems like mangroves can provide a lot of potential to reach there. And because it is large carbon, it can store a large amount of carbon, and in order to achieve net zero, we also need to restore, protect, and remanage the mangroves all over the world, not only in India. So that's the starting point of why we should really talk about mangroves, because that's until now we have been talking about mangroves, but not about how it can contribute towards achieving the net zero emission, and at the same time also maintaining the livelihoods of people who are dependent not only on the mangrove ecosystem but also on the whole ocean ecosystem or the blue economy. So we all know that the blue economy is quite thriving, and globally 1 in 10 livelihoods depends on fisheries, which is based on the ocean ecosystem. And also the ocean economy is likely to double 3 trillion by 2030. And also there is a large amount of goods that is being traded internationally through the depending on the ocean ecosystems like the sea and mangroves and other ecosystem related to the ocean. And also tourism is quite growing faster. The point here I want to mention is that that the oceans and also the mangroves are not only work as a carbon sink, but they are also providing large economic benefits to large number of people around the world, and especially for the low income vulnerable population, those who are dependent on these ecosystems for their livelihood. And while we are talking about this mangrove restoration, we have to keep in mind that we should not take any steps that really hurt the livelihoods of these people. So there needs to be a balance between reducing the emission and restoring the mangroves, and also by not negatively hurting the livelihoods of people who are dependent on this thriving ecosystems. Yep, sorry. Yeah. So now, if you look at the global carbon market, which I hope few of you are already aware about this carbon credit market, and if you look at the current carbon credit market in the world, and if we talk about or we relate this to the global scale mangrove restoration, current carbon pricing of 10 to 15 tons CO2 equivalent is not really enough. And if you look at the future in the next 20 to 30 years, what we see here is we are seeing 3 scenarios. At the current price, it will be likely to be impossible to restore all the mangroves of the world with this current carbon pricing. So it has to go up in the future at around, you can see around $60 per ton of carbon CO2. So that we can get around USD 22.8 billion in carbon offsets, creating a surplus of USD 11.7 billion over the next 20 years period. So the point here is definitely the market of carbon pricing for the mangrove restoration is really very low now. And in order to really get the finances to restore the mangroves around the world, we need to really increase the carbon prices, which will really provide the finances to restore or manage the mangroves around the world. So this is what I'm trying to say here is that the carbon market for mangroves is not really well developed at this point, and the finances are really low for the mangrove restoration. That's why we need to talk about carbon finance and how we can really finance this whole transition from restoring the mangroves to making them more resilient in the future, so that we can maintain the reduction of greenhouse gases and also not hurting the livelihoods of the people. Now, I just want to focus a little bit on the blue economy, because we all are talking about mangroves, but I also want to emphasize here that blue economy is mangroves are really one small part of the whole ocean ecosystem, and the blue economy, where we're trying to monetize the benefits out of the blue economy, where you can see that we have fisheries, we have tourism, we have maritime industries dependent on the ocean system, and we have also renewable energy, aquaculture, bioprospecting, etc. And for this, the blue economy to have a resilient status, we need to have collaboration across nation states, across the public-private sectors, and on the scale that has not previously been achieved. And I think that's one of the ideas that Saki Waters and Kana started this whole idea of Mangrove Alliance, where you can talk about reinventing or regenerating the whole blue economy of India, keeping in mind restoring the mangroves of the east coast of India. And I'm hopeful that we will move forward in this direction in the future. Yes. So coming back to a little bit of data here, I think earlier Amit already presented quite interesting details of mangroves and salt marshes, where he talked about what kind of salt marshes are there, where in the global, in the Indian map we can find salt marshes and mangroves. And he quite extensively talked about the science behind this, and I'm not a scientist, so I can't really tell much about that. So from this perspective, I will tell just a little bit about on the left hand side map you can see the total mangrove network of the whole world, where you can see the dotted line we find mangroves. And on the right hand side, you can see it's a little bit blurry. I apologize for that, but you can see the proportion of mangrove lost by countries since 1996. And you can see India is also one of the countries where you have seen loss of mangrove as a whole. But but I recognize that in some parts of India, there has been an increase in the mangrove cover in the last few years. The data is a bit old, but still, we need to take care of the fact that mangroves are being destroyed at a very faster rate than the rate we are regenerating the mangroves. So coming back to this discussion that we had, and it is quite common that we all know about it, and I just want to reflect a bit more on what are the major drivers of mangrove destruction around the world. And we all know that aquaculture, rice and palm and oil, which is, for example, in Indonesia, is a big thing. Then urban development, if you look at, for example, in Mumbai, they have a lot of wetlands, not mangroves, but wetlands, and urban development is really impacting the restoration of this wetland and water bodies around the city, and it's destroying the small water bodies. And also the climate change, which we all know, and we are talking about climate change, is a big factor of biodiversity loss and loss of mangroves around the world, which is likely to accelerate in the next 2 or 3 decades, which we all know, and which is a critical threat for the mangrove restoration around the world. So that's the basic things. So yeah, coming back to my topic that I have been working on the last 6 to 7 years, what we call CDRFI, which is kind of climate and disaster risk financial instruments. And I want to reflect a little bit on how CDRFI in India can be helpful on restoring the mangroves or protecting the mangroves, and what kind of finances can be available, can be made available to the different kind of stakeholders, where we talk about what kind of finance are there and how CDRFI can really help. As you can see from this slide here, there are different kind of financing instruments, such as external risk finance by the, let's say, by the development institutions of the world, such as GEF or other international global organizations, those who are providing external finance, which is not always effective in terms of timeliness and the cost of managing the mangroves or ocean ecosystem. So then we have risk transfer solutions. For example, we have insurance solutions, which is quite popular nowadays, and in the market also. That's we're talking about how insurance can really help in restoring the biodiversity and other ecosystems of the world, and we have been progressing there, but yeah, it's still less. Then we have risk retention, where you all know that, for example, the budgetary provisions by the government, where they keep a certain amount of budget aside for ecosystem restoration or ecosystem management. So these are the kind of different kind of CDRFI instruments that are those are available to us, where we talk about how these instruments can be used to finance the restoration and regeneration of mangroves in India, which till now is not really has picked up, because we are talking about restoring the mangroves, but we are talking very less how to finance those mangroves. I know there are thousands of organizations who are working on the ground, as we listen to few of them today itself, that they are trying to get funds to do these things, but there has been very less. So the whole idea here is we need to think out of the box and think how we can really generate more finance through different ways that is out there, not only talking about government finance, or not only talking about development finances, which has been the norm until now. So for this, we often talk about with this in our community of CDRFI, we often talk about risk layering approach. Where we talk about how to finance different kind of disaster events, and this also includes mangrove restoration and mangrove related disasters. So you can see here, when we move from high frequency to low frequency disaster, there can be different kinds of financing instruments, such for example, risk reduction, risk prevention plus risk financing. Then we can go to risk reduction and risk transfer, such as insurance. Then for very low frequency and very high severity event, we can talk about risk prevention, reduction plus retention. So which I think mangrove somewhere falls between second to fourth kind of disaster, where you can see that what kind of risk instrument are there available there at this moment. And from a government's perspective, risk layering allows the government to plan for the finance needs of different types of events, from the more common to the more catastrophic. So in the case of mangroves, we need to really think about in the east coast of India, what kind of disasters are happening and what are the severity level, what are the the cost of disasters for this mangrove destruction, and then we can think about different kind of financing instruments that's suitable for different kind of mangroves along the east coast of India, because one kind of financing instruments is not always like suitable for this kind of thing. So we need to think about different risk layering approaches where we try to keep the risk at different levels and try to see who can finance the risk. For example, for very low severity events where government can just come in and just finance the regeneration of the mangroves. But let's say, for example, there is a big cyclone and the big typhoon, and when we have this like billions of dollars of losses along the east coast of India, then government alone might not be sufficient to provide finances for this kind of disaster. So that's where we need to talk about also outside finance, for example, insurance, the reinsurance market. We need to explore that. We need to talk about green bonds. We need to talk about other financing mechanisms that's available out there, and also need to develop those. So this is the basic idea of how we really need to approach the financing of mangroves in the east coast of India. Coming to the next level, also we have different kind of like levels, as you know, macro level, meso level, and micro level, where we can talk about different kind of financing instruments available. I know that at the micro level we can talk about let's say for the states, because in India we are a federal country and you have the states and central government who are working together. But also there are different ideas, like for example, sovereign risk pooling, where let's say that there might be 2 or 3 states which come together and form a risk pool along the east coast of India, and they can say that, okay, whenever there is a destruction of mangrove, common funding can be provided from these risk pools to the states with a premium price. So these kind of models are still in a very formative stage around the world, but it has been there. Like for example, Africa Risk Capacity and South Asia Risk Funding CDRIP. There are few out there, but in the case of India, we are not talking about sovereign risk insurance yet, which can be something is very interesting, like coming together of few states and forming an alliance or the risk pool, and then they share the cost of the risk when there is a disaster strike. So that's the macro level. So also at the macro level, we are talking about MFIs, multiple financial institutions and cooperatives, where they can talk about, let's say, they can cater to the needs of finances of the small and medium scale enterprises. I am sure that there are a lot of enterprises who are dependent on the ocean ecosystem and also on the mangrove ecosystem. But until now, we don't have finances to give them like finance at the right time when the disaster strikes, or how to make them more resilient in the coming future. So these are the different kind of layers that we have. So we need to also talk about impact at different levels, in the macro level, at the meso level, and also at the micro level. In the micro level, we know that there are millions of farmers, millions of fishermen, those who are dependent on the mangrove ecosystem and also the ocean ecosystem. How to talk about their finances? How do we really give them finances to recover from the disasters and be more resilient in the future? And at the same time, restoring the mangroves and keeping them sustainable for the future. So this is also quite important to keep in mind. Now, I don't want to make it more academic, but at the end of the slide, I just want to focus on few of the emerging financing instruments that has been there, and slowly we are developing. And we also know about the Blue Economic Finance Principles by the United Nations UNPI. So where we are talking about nature-based investment funds, which is a practical entry point for investors to fund revenue-generating conservation enterprises that conserve and restore mangroves. For example, we have blue bonds that has emerged as an effective way to channel private finance towards the blue economy. And I can give the example of there is very less example, but there is one example from Mumbai, and also one example from Port Blair, where they are using the blue bonds to finance their mangrove ecosystem or wetland ecosystem. So these are the kind of instruments. Then also we have insurance, where we can talk about flood protection benefits of the mangroves, which reduce flood damage, and we can ask the insurers or reinsurers to route the finance through the nature-based solution. Then we have Patience Capital Fund, where this kind of funds provide upfront capital for mangrove restoration, and will be a key driver of the blue carbon segment in the voluntary carbon markets. I saw from the agenda that we are talking about this carbon market in the next I think 1 or 2 presentations there, and it will be interesting to listen to them as well. So there are different kinds of financing instruments for the mangrove which are now emerging. So I think this will be all from my side, a little bit of background on moving from really talking about restoration to financing them, looking into the impacts of climate change in the future. So without finance, I don't think we can go anywhere. So we all need finance. So I think this is the right platform to bring all the stakeholders together and to see what kind of finance is available and to explore and restore the mangroves. So that will be all from my side, a broad overview of the financing instruments. And thanks again for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. Yeah, I would invite all the participants to have a discussion or interaction with Dr. Pranda. Jayati, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu, Kiran.
Yeah, Architesh, it was a very useful thing because much of the people in the Oriental side, either they do not know the source of funding or not knowing how to apply for that. And your talk certainly opens up and clears much of the doubts people have about different concepts and terminologies that are used nowadays at the international level. But as my guru, Professor Swaminathan, says always, think globally, act locally. It is the global scenario that, that we need to learn. But everybody should not be burdened with all these kind of terminology, but there should be facilitators like, how you have been working with the UNU. And I have been very closely working with Nidhi Nagabatla for a long time before she joined UNU. And we have together published a book on nature-based solutions for climate mitigation that was recently published by UNU and Springer. And one thing which I very much appreciate your talk is that, it kind of gives an impetus to all the colleagues working in this part of the world to apply for funding and contribute towards, the climate resilient livelihoods of the local communities. That's very important, and I appreciate the way you have presented very, very simply, because though it is quite complicated, the concepts are. You made it very clear, like how when Sehwag plays, the cricket seems very, very simple. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Amrit has something to say.
Yeah, thanks, Architesh, for the nice presentation. What I want to know is, okay, we are working now for restoring mangroves, okay? So with climate change, we don't have data on which species are more resilient to climate change and which are not, okay? So how we manage mangrove restoration, because the ones, let's say the current temperature is 30 degrees and we restored this much hectare of mangroves. And in 20 years, when that temperature, because of climate change and pollution and everything else, goes to 35, all that dies, and what happens then? Like how your idea of CDFRI is really good, but how we do that? Like, can we do, I don't know, like, can we do a scaling of like all the mangrove species found on east coast of India and find which are temperature or climate resilient? So we focus on those and insure them. So even if, that patch or that hectare or that area of mangroves is lost, you still replant them. I don't know, like that's like a big question always. Like those resilient now may not be resilient in 50 years or 100 years. So how we do that? Because in Belize, which is like the famous country for mangrove-based restoration or nature-based solutions, they are seeing that their mangroves are moving inlands. they're moving upwards because the salinity is changing or something, they're moving upwards. So how we manage that in India? Think of Sundarbans going into Ganges, how you manage that? Like what kind of funds or what kind of species, how we do that? So are all those things covered in the finance? I don't know, like I'm asking, I work on blue carbon, but on seagrass and salt marsh, but not on mangroves. But that's why I'm asking, like how I use these funds, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and also thanks for the earlier remark on the presentation by Dr. Nagarjuna, I guess. Dr.
Ravi Shankar.
Yeah, thanks for the observation. I know I used quite a little bit of jargon in the presentation, so I apologize for that, because this is what happening at the global level now, because the fund is coming from the global level, right? So we are all waiting for that funds to come, and at some point we need to keep up with what things are happening in the global level, and how do we really get the fundings and what kind of instruments are available. And that's interesting. And thanks, Amit, for your question, which is quite a common question in the climate change now. And I'm sure you must have observed the COP27 outcome, where they're talking about loss and damage finance already, which already means that we have crossed the limit. And you also know that from now onwards, there is only one way to limit climate change, and that is to increase the efforts of mitigation. Accelerate the efforts of mitigation to limit the climate change. We have no other way out. So we all know that as a climate scientist, we know that we are already in the red zone, in the brink of disaster, because it's very hard for common people to understand what kind of climate science is out there. But as a scientist, I'm sure you can understand that we are almost in the red zone, and we need to really accelerate the mitigation efforts. But at the same time, we also need to protect the people, those who are dependent on livelihoods. And as a scientist from background on adaptation to climate change, my focus is on how to really finance the recovery of the resilient recovery of the millions of low-income population who are dependent on the air. So CDRFI is basically one kind of tool to finance those kind of low and vulnerable population from the impacts of disaster. So I'm not telling that if we don't limit climate change, things are going to change. Things are not going to change. We don't limit it. As you said, after 20 years, there might be hundreds of species, those will disappear from the mangroves. So we have no control on that. But what we can at least do is to devise different kind of financial instruments like these ones, like the insurance of the bonds, where you can at least preserve those mangroves to a certain extent, right? So and at the same time also manage the livelihoods of people. So I think we really need to start talking about this kind of financial instruments at the state level. Like, look at India. We don't have any platform to talk about mangroves. We don't have any
what I'm saying is because now they are going to destroy so much area in Nicobar Islands, mangroves, seagrass, everything. Can we use this tool as a mechanism? Because those companies or those agencies that will develop the port or benefit from that, can they pay us in advance? Like, does the CDFRI have a provision? Okay, if you are going to build a port of this much millions, can you pay us 20% of that in advance for us to restore mangroves and manage whatever is there? I don't know.
That's very possible. That's like things are happening around the world in the same way now. But from a political perspective, we have to be Greta, right? Right now, being a scientist, we can do that. You have to be Greta to go to Germany and do a protest against the coal mine expansion, which Greta is doing now in Germany. So we have to be there on the ground to protest the expansion of Port Blair. I've been thinking about this Port Blair quite a while now, and that's really disturbing fact that they're going to disturb the whole ecosystem of Port Blair and trying to bring in the corporates, which is really not good in the fast side. But yes, there are different kind of instruments, financial instruments available, where you can really incentivize the private sector to do at least 50% or 60% of restoration, and they can take their profits, no problem on that. But this would not destroy the ecosystem and try to make it more resilient. And like, for example, blue bonds is one example, or the municipal bond is one example, or insurance is one example. So there are different kind of instruments. It can be done, but right now the debate in India has, I think, they're not talking about this kind of stuff. What you're interested is just expansion of buildings and things like that.
They just joined the Mangrove Alliance in COP25, and our environmental minister was tweeting that, but he means nothing, I think. I'm sure. Like, they just joined the Global Mangrove Alliance and they're happy. I think that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
I think
No,
Sushant,
locally, even Amrit has been asking about the guarantee, like, if you invest, should kind of a mechanism or compensatory mechanism. You see, even recently, Livelihood Venture, a France-based organization, Livelihood Venture, they wanted to look at carbon credits, and I did a survey in Vitarakanika, nearby Vitarakanika, in and around ecological sensitive zones of Vitarakanika, using GIS and remote sensing and identifying potential areas which the Livelihood Venture can fund. But there should be a guarantee from either the local community or the owners of the place, like Revenue Department or Forest Department, to give an assurance in writing that 20 years it will not be cut down. As we all been discussing, and also our colleague from UNU, Bond, see, it all depends upon the geopolitical situations and the local government decisions. Unfortunately, there are two arms in countries like India, where we have NGT, National Green Tribunal, and there are pending cases. When it goes to NGT, I am also an advisor to NGT, kind of what they call a subject expert. They all shiver, like, recently GMR, and also, in fact, Mr. Sushant was talking, and it is sub judice, but still, I want to talk from the technical point of view, like, mangroves have been, destroyed. Because sub judice, I don't want to use certain terms. See, he also spoke about what is that, Hope Island. Before the Cotton Barrage was constructed and Godavari water was diverted, the Hope Island was a small spit. It is now 18 kilometers. Those days it was hardly 800 meters. And there was a Koringa port. And in late 19th century, 1867 or so, there was a tsunami. That time the name was not coined, and the entire Koringa port was destroyed. Because I receive mails from Mauritius and Guyana saying that my grandfather sailed out of Koringa, which was a French port. I will give you all the pictures those days how, and the Godavari river was flowing through Gaderu river. Now it is flowing through Gaderu, Koringa, and Matlapalam canal. And when you speak about what are the species that are good for restoration and how the ecosystem can be restored, in mangroves, it is always depends upon the sweet water and the salt water, and the salinity ranges from 35 to 144 ppt, parts per thousand salinity, where the highly tolerant is Auxinia marina. That is why if you look at the restoration plans, always, any institution with some technical capacity, with scientific knowledge, will start with Ixocaria agalocha, and then, Avicennia marina, Avicennia officinalis. There are 3 types of species of Avicennia, and now we have along the east coast 78 species of mangroves and equal amount of mangrove associates. Sushant was also talking about degradation. What happens when the dams are constructed at the head of the river, and when the sweet water flow is reduced, then sweet water loving mangroves will be reduced in population. That is what happened in Koringa also. Fortunately, now the Polavaram project is constructed, and Sivakumar and his team from Wildlife Institute of India has done a very good report, and I have that report which Sivakumar has sent me. It talks about the volume of water that should be released constantly to make sure that the mangroves of Koringa are not affected very much. And in any mangrove, there will be seaward side and landward side. As the freshwater flow gets reduced, what happens is, towards the landward side, more associates will come, and towards the seaward side, accretion takes place. because only when the sweet water flow is more, that happens only during northeast monsoon in most of the east coast, because east coast has a gradient coast. So when you look at 2001 to 2020 Forest Survey of India reports and also the shoreline changes, Godavari mangroves are increasing because of the accretion, and more mangroves are coming towards seaward side, and Kakinada Bay is becoming shallower and shallower. So this is the situation. There is compensation. So that is why I say when we have to do monitoring, particularly ecological monitoring, we have to go back. And then that is required, as he is also, Mr. Amrit is also talking about data. We have data, so we need to look at the data and put it in one place. That is what I said in the beginning also. So for restoration, it is to start with more saltwater loving species, because during monsoon season, it will be 35 ppt, for which Avicennia officinalis and others are tolerant. At the same time, during summer peak, it will go up to 140 ppt, which we have measured, and it is still tolerating. And most of the mangroves, they produce flowers and fruits, and they become bonsai mangroves. I have seen mostly in Devi Mouth and Mahanadi areas, because when sweet water is not there, any biological organism, anything from human to any tropical rainforest species also, it produces stress flowers, because it knows it is going to die, and the plant wants to make sure that its progeny survives. So that is why you will see flowers and fruits even in stunted growth of mangroves, and that is what Indian farmers are very, very intelligent. They have observed that, and for the Vigna Karamani, they say in Tamil, they don't water the plants, the crop for 10 days, because stress flowering will come, and we can get the pods within 90 days. So 30 days vegetative, 15 days flowering, 45 days fruiting. So how physiological drought and physical drought has been very well studied by our farmers, and they are using. I'm just giving a bit. So anything further, you please contact me. I'll certainly, because I don't want to take much of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think Shushant has some question or query for Achitesh. Shushant?
Sir, so one, I would like to request, if possible, could they share the presentations which they were giving, so that we could use them for any future reference we might need.
Sure.
So
sure.
yeah, so they are treasure troves of information, so I don't want to lose out on them.
Sure, Shushant. Sure.
And second, a small query to Achitesh sir. So I would like to know if in a very smaller scale or a local scale, what are other like non-conventional ways to generate more finance? I mean, most of the small scale or the local NGOs, what they depend are mostly on donations or mostly on volunteer contributions and all. But maybe ATG exemption is used. But apart from that, there aren't any major sources of finance for the local smaller projects what we will be taking. So if any new insights on that, appreciate.
Yeah, thanks Susan, that's very interesting and also very techy question for me to answer, but I will just give one example, but I will just want to say that for the climate change financing of these small scale things, financial literacy has been really key around the world. So we need to really build on how to increase the financial literacy of the people. For example, there is one organization in the Philippines which is working along the coast of the Philippines, and the name of the organization is REAR2. So they wanted to introduce the insurance schemes at the micro level for the people, but they could not build it for 3 years. So what they did is that they started with small credit and saving funds for the group of people who are trying to conserve the coast and trying to finance the disaster losses. So once they build this small credit and savings funds along the coastal population of fisher population, they have seen that they have this increased financial literacy after some time, and then they introduced the system of insurance. So I think it's your question is important, but we need to also contextualize, like it's very local question, it depends from place to place. So you really need to find out at your place what kind of small financing instruments are available. For example, maybe savings group or credits group, or let's say risk insurance group or something like that, where you can generate finances.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have like some query from Dr. Ananga from director like of RARE. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. I am Ananganagi, joined as a volunteer in the organization Research Academy for Rural Engagement, and now I am leading the organization. And it is my pleasure that we have started some activities on climate change. But as you know, the Suvarnapur is western part of Odisha and is nearer to Balangir. And in the last year, it was recorded as the hottest city of India. And we have started some crop diversification program as well as nursery raising, kitchen garden. But as Architesh and Amrit sir is from Odisha, I want to take some suggestion what can be done in Western Odisha for the climate change first thing. And as RARE is a focused organization on rehabilitation of persons with disabilities and empowerment of women and adolescent girls, what can be done for their health aspect as a part of climate change. And third will be I would like to invite suggestion regarding the crop diversification program at western part of Odisha. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ananda, for the question. So I just have a few observations here. That first is, as you mentioned, that disaster inclusive, disability inclusive disaster recovery is important. So which is quite an important thing. Also, we are not talking about it very much. Very often, we don't talk about it. This kind of things like disaster inclusivity in disability inclusivity in disaster planning, and also in the case of mangrove planning, that's very important. And also gender is quite important point. We have not touched that, which is quite important. And on the Western Odisha part, I think there's a lot can be done, as you just pointed out, that we are now creating more of urban heat island around the world because of more concrete things, and so we need to tackle those things at the individual district level. So we cannot really be generalized to the whole India scale. That's there. And for crop diversification, I'm not sure this is the right platform to talk about it, so I don't want to take much time on that. And we can take this discussion maybe in the next meeting there. Thanks, Ananga, for the questions. Really interesting.
Yeah, thank you. So without further ado, yeah, Jayati.
Yeah. No, I would just like to thank Architesh for bringing this economic perspective in this today's discussion, because in the end, everything about climate action boils down to available finances, and also discussing something very crucial like offering financial instrument to the high-risk population towards developing their resilience against climate change. So thank you so much, Architesh, for your insight.
Thanks. It's really great to be here. Thank you very much.
I think it's wonderful, like, and how their discussion, like, and has segued, like, now with Amrit, like, and opening the door, like, and for inclusivity and the interconnectedness and everything. And then we have Kiran and Sushant, like, shared with us, like, the importance of social mobility and political, conduciveness at the ground level, and the problems like that we might face, like, when we move forward. And with Ravi Shankar sir, like, now he gave us, like, he actually opened the door for the need of funding, and then which Professor like naturally progressed, like, with Architesh's presentation about finances and the need, like, for finances and the different kinds of financial tools and insurance tools available for us to take advantage of. And that, so it was like mostly in terms of like finance and insurances, but we have another important financial entity, which is the largest, which actually controls and manages and determines everything in this world, which are markets. And at the end, like an Architesh, let's open the door, like, for the need, like, for carbon credits and blue carbon. So on that note, we have here like Mrs. Anuradha Singh, who is associated with Himadri Energy International, and she is very instrumental in carbon markets and blue carbon markets and carbon credits. So I would like to invite Mrs. Anuradha Singh to share like something about her organization and how like they're investing on blue carbon and carbon markets and how that can contribute to mangrove conservation and sustainable livelihoods. So thank you so much, Mrs. Singh here.
Thank you so much, Kanna, for inviting me. It's so wonderful to see all the experts in one place and getting a lot of information from all of you. I'm so glad that you invited me. So I'm Anuradha Singh. I am from Himadri. Let me explain about Himadri first. So Himadri, look, purely it's in the carbon credit field. So we have different units. I lead all nature solution projects. So basically, the other units also there for plastic, for biomining, all these are other things. So Himadri also do the carbon projects for them also. So for here, I would like to explain what exactly we do in nature-based solution. So we have different kind of projects. Like agroforestry, other plantation projects, agricultural management projects, forest management projects, and yes, the most important for what we are here is a mangrove restoration and plantation project. So under this, there is a high demand in international market for, especially for the blue carbon, and we are doing some kind of projects. Some are of plantation, pure plantation, some are of restoration. Depending on the type of activity the implementer does, so we conclude the possibilities of getting the carbon credit for them. So the registration body is who does all the nature-based solution credit part is Vera. We go for the Vera platform. There are methodologies Vera they have developed, and for restoration and the plantation part. So for here, I would like to say that we would like to initiate the projects which has been done. Like Vera allows us to go up to last 4 years. So whatever plantation and restoration activity which has been done already, so it will be wonderful if we club that projects in one umbrella and create a carbon credit project for that. And so this, what will happen is like this will initiate the funding process on immediate basis. It takes somehow 6 months to get registered and actually going into the international platform for getting the revenue. And and if we will club all this project together, and it will be an opportunity to get a funding for initiating new projects, because this will work as a platform for the international funder to prove that this is the work which we have already done. So through that, we can easily get the funding. We have connection with some of the organizations. They are looking for actually a large scale project. So clubbing the projects will be a very good opportunity to get the funding for new projects, for new restoration plantation projects. So this is something from the carbon credit market. Yes, the doctor has already explained the current carbon credit rate. So this is actually between $10 to $15 per ton. And yes, I also hope that this will go up in nearby future. So we will be able to get a good return for these blue carbon activities. I think this is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Singh. So I would request friends here to have a discussion with her. Yeah, Achitesh.
Thank you.
Hi, Anuradha. Thanks for the information on carbon credits, and it's really important that organizations should know about it. And I find that very less organizations on the ground they know about the carbon credit market. So I was just wondering, how do we approach this problem of educating this, not educating, but giving them more information on carbon credit markets to the organizations which are working on the ground. So how do you think we can, as an alliance, we can approach the local level organizations to approach this problem of carbon credits? Like, we just wanted to know your view on this.
Yes.
It's really very important.
So, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, actually, there is a big gap between the carbon credit project developer and the implementer. So there needs to be a good connection between both of these parties to get a project on a very active, like to get the revenue in a better way. So yes, how we work, most of the projects in a community basis, we go actually to the site for some of the awareness program. And what we try, we are connecting to the government also to promote this implementation projects. And if it is on a community basis, or we can collaborate with the local organizations, local NGOs, and we can give a description. We can come to the site to explain what are the activities there should be to actually fit the project into the carbon credit. So there are the Vera has allowed us a big range of activities which can be covered in carbon to generate the carbon credit project. So previously there was a CDM which was the plantation, and 3 activities was there. But now actually, if some kind of restoration and the plantation in other which has been degraded, so where through the water channeling system.
We are losing you.
Yeah, we lost her.
Sorry. I think due to the connection, I got lost. I'm back. Yeah. So we have a team for that who can actually come to the site and explain to the local community, local NGOs to initiate these kind of projects. Hello.
Thanks for this.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for the answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other queries or discussion with Mr. Singh? You're welcome. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
please.
I'm very interesting to see. There are 2 presentations actually within this small group on carbon credits and all. Actually, the local thing is when we go for plantations to realize carbon credits and carbon payments, mangroves are either owned by forestry department and declared as national park or wildlife sanctuaries and in the reserved forests. And whatever is there in the revenue area, as per Environment Act and the CRZ notification, wherever mangroves are there, they are protected, so nobody can destroy. And when it falls under CRZ 1A, 2A, something like that, it gets according to the kind of the classification it has. Recently, my experience was, as I told you, when I was working for Livelihoods Venture to look for mangrove restoration to realize carbon credits. Mr. Padi, the DFO of 2013 batch, whom I met, Orissa, in Rajana, he was the Rajanagar DFO. He asked a very simple question. It is a national asset, and you are investing something in a national area for which I am the protector. You can't ask me to kind of protect it for 20 years, which is not possible, because tomorrow government may come with some kind of development activity. For example, in Krishna mangroves recently, DRDO took lot of area. Though DRDO gave money for under compensatory forestry and it has gone to Kampa. Fortunately or unfortunately, We have, I think, 60,000 crores under Supreme Court control only for Kampa. And, national value, something like that, NVA, something like that. So here the situation is that in local conditions, and they cannot give an assurance that it will not be cut. So this is the situation at the local conditions. And so we have to get some more information on how do we convince local communities and local institutions, particularly the forestry department, which is the national custodian of mangroves, to go in for carbon credits to realize more benefits both to the local community and also to the national income. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really nice to hear from you. I'm listening from the beginning from you. I'm very happy that I'm getting so much information from you. So yes, you're very much correct that especially for mangrove plantation, it's very difficult to get the consent from government. But what actually we do currently, yes, there are some revenue land on which we are working. Because my personal experience is we are doing one project in Andhra Pradesh, and what the government has given the permission for plantation, but they have not given the fund for it. So like what we did, we are securing fund from outside, international market, and we are generating carbon credit for that. So what in this case, what happens is the can be shared between the local community, so that they get the assurance that this again the plant cannot be cut as the government policies. So what we need to secure is that this should not go on an illegal term, and like the local community should get some benefit to secure it, to promote it. So how we do is like some percentage of revenue is secured for the local community, so that they are they get some motivation to initiate these activities. And in the part of government, yes, it is very difficult, but what we do is like, okay, you cannot give it for next 20-30 years, but as far as you can just you give us the permission for plantation at least, and as the time will come, we will see how long we can actually protect this area.
Which area is that in Andhra Pradesh?
It's in Machilipatnam.
Okay, Machilipatnam. Did you collaborate with any local NGO there?
Yes. Uttara, what's the name of the
Which is that?
Praja Pragati Seva Sangam, Machilipatnam.
Oh, Venkateshwar Rao.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I am vice president of that organization.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
Okay.
that is very interesting. Venkat is a professional friend, and actually even my professional friend Jayanta Day in West Bengal, an organization called News, she has been working very closely on that. And so when did you sign this with Venkateshwar?
So we are at the very initial phase. We are actually initiating the fund. And,
okay, is it are you based in Bangalore?
We are in Gurgaon. You must have
okay,
heard.
Okay. Because he recently told me there are two projects that we are getting. One is for restoration, and he told me actually when I asked, he said 1,000 villages are ready to give land for this kind of carbon credit and all. And now I recollect because I didn't ask him about the details. So that's good. Okay, it's good you are supporting my own organization. You will get good results, don't worry.
My pleasure.
I will be there.
Thank you, sir. I will, may I allow to connect you after this meeting?
Yes, no problem. Don't worry. I have given my email ID and telephone number also, because I want to make sure that. Anyway, all the best once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because I was working before that on the Forest Stewardship Council and Marine Stewardship Council before this carbon credits came. That was when I was working in Pacific and Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, and Samoa, where illegal logging is going on. That's where that is disastrous for island forests. So that is why we have asked from FAO all the importers, particularly China and Australia, not to buy logged wood if it is not kind of certified by Forest Stewardship Council from Germany. Thank you. I just giving it a bit of information I wanted to give.
Thank you. So this will be like actually, sir, if the problem is the scale of the project. So we are telling sir that if the like you can increase the land area, it will be easy to get the fund. So we are working on that.
True. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anuradha ji. I think the main objective, of EIMAC is to create a platform for a support system and cross learning and supporting each other. I think I can see that's already happening here. Yes, JT has something.
Yeah, so thank you, Anuradha, for your time and sharing about your work in the field of carbon markets and pricing. And I think this network can play a crucial role in creating awareness about this opportunity, because most of the organization and individuals who are working at the grassroots level, they face this kind of financial challenges. So I think this platform can help create awareness among communities and local organizations, and also contribute to carbon market literacy in the common people. So I look forward to your inputs and also collaborating with your organization so that we can use this opportunity, and then this will help local grassroots level organizations and communities. So we'll really look forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, JT, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, JT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for opening the doors for debate and discussion and get to know more about carbon markets and carbon credits. On the same note, we have two more other organizations here, which has kosher as well as oh wait a minute. So sorry. Yeah, Auriga, which is Shubham. I'm really sorry, if I mispronounced it. So Shubham Agrawal, who is a young entrepreneur, who is with us, who is also a part of these carbon markets. Shubham, thank you so much for your patience and listening to all this, and I hope you enjoyed it. So I would like to invite you to share more about your organization, your startup, and how you foresee the emerging carbon credits and carbon markets, and how that can contribute to take this alliance forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Kanna, for giving me the opportunity to express myself in front of such great dignitaries with a lot of more experience than me. And I'm really grateful to the whole panel that I could be here and share a platform to discuss about the upcoming challenges of blue carbon economy and how we can help through carbon finance and achieving the targets that we are trying to. So first of all, I'll take behind a small journey on how we can actually look the carbon offset market and how we can cash in into the carbon offset mechanism for the kind of conservation journey that we're looking into. And then I will briefly introduce about my organization, what we do. Thank you again. So I'll just share my screen. Yes, so just wanted to confirm, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So basically, we'll be discussing about the scope of carbon finance and how EIMAC can work together on the same. So as we talk about the global scenarios, we are losing almost 2% per year mangroves globally. There are some reports around the world which express similar concerns. And around 10% of carbon emissions come out of mangrove deforestation. And this is a big alarming rate, and we need to take care of that. I think already we have discussed a lot much in this segment, so I will just brush through this. And it's estimated that around $1.6 billion per year worth of ecosystem services are provided by the mangroves and the ecosystem around it. Why do we think that mangrove is a solution to blue carbon ecosystem? Because blue carbon ecosystem or mangroves can store up to 10 times more than carbons as compared to tropical forests. Also, when we talk about the net zero targets and national deterministic contributions, almost 20% of the targets are supposed to be achieved from the ocean ecosystems, and mangroves are going to be main challengers there. And why do we say that it is going to happen so is because mangroves store carbon in their soils and sediments, and if it remains undisturbed, it stays there for millennia. And apart from that, because the saline water and the wet ecosystem helps to restrict the methane production and reduces carbon dioxide emissions, which ultimately is a big positive point why mangrove restoration is a prime nature-based solution for the blue carbon ecosystem or the carbon offsets market. So I would immediately want to discuss that there are some issues or challenges with the carbon offset schemes globally, and we can start avoiding since day one. And I just want to walk through that, what could be those challenges be and how we can be a part in solving the problem. So one of them is that the protecting and restoration of blue carbon is quite expensive because of the strict monitoring. Apart from that, there could be some natural ways or methods of mangrove restoration, and there are anthropogenic reasons also. So for the analysis or for the experts, for the registries, it's really difficult to segregate and create a difference among them, and that is one of the where major challenges lie. Apart from that, the kind of changing climate scenarios, unprecedented cold temperatures are a big risk to the success or the success of mangroves plantation actually. Apart from that, hydrology of the area is also an important part, which is the success of the mangrove restoration ecosystem. Consider talk about carbon financing. Number one, it's a very volatile market. Why is it a volatile market? I will explain you in the upcoming slides. We have an initial high investment. I think Ms. Anuradha and Mr. Architesh and everyone who is connected with the ecosystem understands that we need a seed funding. We need a good.
There is some disturbance. Someone else has put on the, I think, kindly. Yeah?
Thank you. So talking about the high initial investment, we need a very decent initial seed funding because there is a set of mechanism or set of lengthy processes which actually or ultimately lead to carbon financing, which I will be explaining in the upcoming slides. Apart from that, there is a decently high gestation period when we actually think of the inception of the project, when we start doing the baseline scenario, when we start developing the PDD or the initial documentations, getting the MRV done, and ultimately getting it registered on the portal of registries. And again, a challenging part, selling the carbon credits at the genuine rates or prices that we actually estimate when we start doing the project. Apart from that, it's a complicated system. Also, we have credibility issues because there have been some issues or some projects in the past which have not performed up to the mark or up to the expectations. Like we also know about the RED Plus projects that they have also come under the radar, and there are some issues there also. Regulatory issues. We had a very wonderful discussion with Ravi Shankar sir immediately before this presentation that because most of the lands are owned by the government or because it's a national asset. So how will the local communities or NGOs who are actually a part of this carbon offset system, how can they actually get the funds that they want for the actual restoration progresses that they are trying to do. Apart from that, carbon measurements are highly uncertain, as which I already discussed in the last slide. And last but not the least, the rigorous monitoring and verification part. Keeping these things apart, I don't want to paint a very gloomy picture of the carbon finance mechanism. It's a wonderful opportunity as compared to other funding and financing opportunities existing in the market. So how can we offset, or how we can confront the possible challenges of the carbon credits? There are three things which generally a registry or an investor is concerned of. Number one is additionality. So because, as I already told about the economies of scale or the economic significance of mangrove restoration, I don't think additionality is a concern at all right now. And we can very much prove a very good additionality of the kind of conservation projects we are looking forward to. Apart from that, leakages are also not a concern, at least for now. And when we talk about permanence could be a risk because of the changing and degrading climate scenarios. And as we had some discussions in the morning today, that we could use some climate resilient species. So if we take care of that in our initial project preparations, we can overcome the problem, the kind we are facing. So talking about the carbon prices, carbon markets. So basically there are two kinds of carbon finance mechanisms. And talking about some already developed countries, because in India, a formal carbon credit mechanism is yet to come into the process right now. Means it's already starting being consulted by, I guess, PwC for the MOE, but it's going to take some time, maybe 6 months or 1 year down the line. So there is a compliance market when we talk about Europe, Australia, Singapore, or US. And there is another voluntary carbon market. So when we talk about the rates for let's say a compliance market, we can say see the rates of year 2021 and 22, they were around 60 to 80 euros. And when we talk about voluntary carbon markets, they have been anywhere around $1, $2 to up to $18 or $19 based on the scenarios, the kinds of projects that we are talking about. So that is the current scenario. And when we talk about the future estimates of the kind of carbon price estimates that different organizations or different researchers are expecting in the coming future have been mentioned here. And there have been quite some interesting research reports which say that up to when we come to year around 2030s, the carbon price is set off going to be in the range of $100 per ton equivalent of carbon credits. And if this is not achieved, the net zero target will be a distant reality. So they have correlated the achievement of net zero targets, the achievement of minus 1.5 degrees Celsius in the set points we discussed. And based on that, they have come to a conclusion that the carbon prices are going to be promising in the coming future. So why do we think that many investors are interested in carbon credits? And we have a very strong reason to believe that carbon credits for mangrove restorations are going to be traded in a premium. Because nowadays, as I explained before, that there are some credibility issues with restoration projects and mitigation projects. So when we talk about mangrove restorations, there are a lot of sustainable development goals which are in addition getting achieved as compared to other tropical nature-based solutions or a distributed cook stove project or a renewable project, especially in the Indian context also. So there is a report by WRI. They have summarized that because of the sustainable development dimensions, the carbon offset mechanism is going to pay off, and it's going to be a good future, especially for this nature-based solution. So again, to get faith of the investors and to understand that there are really good bright scopes. Some of the good international brands like Apple, Gucci, and P&G, they have invested in thousands and thousands of acres of projects for mangrove restorations, and they have started generating carbon credits very recently, and there is a very promising future ahead. So when we talk about the carbon finance project flows, So I would just like to briefly take you through the journey. First, we have to identify a project. We have to do a technical due diligence. We have to do a baseline survey. Based on that, we need a seed funding so that we can achieve all the initial targets that we are planning to. Then we need to finalize our team and put project in place. Then comes the carbon finance pitch, where we need to prepare our project design document, that is PDD. We have to engage a DOE, that is an organization which will be ultimately verifying our projects, and are they really going to be accepted or not, and sorry. Yeah, then there will be carbon credit generation as per the PDD document once it gets verified, and there will be a carbon credit asset management which will be doing the sales forward contracts with the open market. So during the journey of carbon credits generation, we have to get our projects registered on one of registries which are globally recognized. Some of the registries you might have already heard of, like Vera or the CDM mechanism of UNFCCC. Apart from that, Gold Standard is one of the very good registries that has generated projects in the past. So it's again a challenging task deciding on the correct registry, because everyone has a very different price calculations and price or basically fees to get your project registered on. Apart from that, there are stringent norms which needs to be complied time to time so that the project delivers on what it has actually promised, and the registries can actually verify accordingly. Apart from that, so ultimately coming down to, we should ideally hire a carbon finance consultant, which could generally help to do all the points that have been mentioned before and discussed before, so that we can actually explain the kind of additionality our project is going to propose, and the reasons why do actually need the carbon finance, and why it cannot be done with a local funding or a local fund collection, and so on. And ultimately, we need to restore faith with the international investors or the parties who are actually trying to buy the carbon credits from us. So keeping all that in mind, an organization which is working on ground and which has quite a decent experience with handling the projects, with designing the PDDs and getting it registered is a must, or is a good idea to get this forward. This comes to the end of my presentation. I would also like to take the opportunity to just briefly explain my journey, that how I'm sitting here in front of you, and how we look forward to do this in the future. So basically, I'm Shubham Agrawal, and I'm based out of remote area in the parts of Chhattisgarh, in the northern part of Chhattisgarh, that is Ambikapur. And we are one of the very first startup companies to get recognized by Government of India from Chhattisgarh. And we got incepted in year 2016, and it's almost 7th year running for us. And we have been really glad to work with various government departments at state and national level. I have recently become a member of IUC and the CESP Commission. And we have been in the panel of State Biodiversity Board, National Biodiversity. We have worked with National Biodiversity Authority. Apart from that, we have worked with State Planning Commission on a project-to-project basis. And because we were quite intensively associated with nature-based solutions and natural restorations with the Forest Department, also I have been working with the tribals of the area for the non-timber forest producers for value addition of them. So that really made me rethink, and to be frank, I'm not very happy with the kind of funding opportunities that government provides to complete the project, because they are not very long lasting. Means I don't want to sound derogatory in any sense, but I really felt that independent carbon finance mechanisms or independent project finance mechanisms can actually help us do the real interventions on ground. We have worked in more than 600 gram panchayats in the Chhattisgarh state itself, and now we are trying to get to other parts of the country such as Orissa, Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh. And during this journey itself, we figured out that carbon finance could be one of the promising areas through which we can actually get the required fundings for the on-ground projects that we have been working on. And keeping that in mind, we have started working on the carbon finance mechanisms, and we are going to register one of our very first projects very soon. Thank you so much for the platform, and I'm looking forward to interacting with everybody and getting to a positive conclusion. Sorry, just wanted to highlight one last thing. As Ravi Shankar sir explained us that there is a big regulatory issue of ownership of carbon credits. So as another agenda of our meeting was that how to engage EIMAC with other agencies or other organizations, or how we can advocate together to come to a better scenarios. So I feel that EIMAC could actually help us voice our reservations together and approach the state and national government, so that there could be a pool of funds for, let's say, a PPP partnership, and whichever NGO or whichever organization tries to pitch in that kind of funding, that should be all the funds may come to a central a central finance mechanism, let's say an account of let's say a DFO or a state level committee. It could be a biodiversity management committee, and from that committees, that organization should be entitled to take the funds for the required jobs they are supposed to do. There could be a credible mechanism in which we can work towards this, because the ownership of lands will not get transferred to the NGO or so on. But we can bring government in consensus to this, so that we can have a mutual benefit out of the whole process that we are trying to do. Thank you so much for everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubham. That's amazing. I would open the floor, like, for participants, like, to interact with Shubham. Thank you.
Yeah, Shubham, it's a very interesting talk. Actually, I'm really happy to listen from two persons from carbon credit. When I said already twice that I did a bit of survey for livelihood venture. In the beginning, when they were hiring me, I told them that it may not work, and I was reluctant to take the consultancy also, because as a professional I didn't want to kind of I always write winning projects, so most of the fortunately I could, but still they said you come, we will see, something like that. But as I said, Mr. Padi did not agree, though he knows me because he is quite junior. He said every time he was telling, sir, something like that. So that time itself, I thought it is going to be. Now, after that, I was thinking, how do we go about? You also said, and organization, I was thinking that, when you go for diving, you get a certificate that is given by PADI, PADI, and it is from Switzerland. There is no ocean at all. Like that, you are sitting in Chhattisgarh, and then, you are working on, very important issue. So I was correlating. Now, what I see is, you also said you are working with state biodiversity boards. I worked in UN DAF project, United Nations Development Action Framework, for both Jharkhand and Madhya Pradesh, implementing the Biodiversity Act. I am the one who wrote the first project for access and benefit sharing for United Nations Environment Program for National Biodiversity Authority, that was implemented in 5 states, then extended to 10 states. Now we have an ABS mechanism also, and we got the Nagoya Protocol. When we talk about carbon credits and carbon deriving benefits for carbon credits, we can use both BMCs and PBRs. PBRs, People's Biodiversity Registers, I have been telling both the National Biodiversity Authority and also written to them, the state biodiversity boards, where there are panchayats, because we have more than 5 lakh panchayats, and we have tribal councils in Northeast. Okay. And if I have been telling the biodiversity boards and the biodiversity management committees to develop quantified PBR, not qualified PBR, because in the PBR, what we are getting is simply this many plants are there. No, not this many. This many types of plants are there, species are there. We don't know what is the tradable usufructs they get. Like for example, if there is soap nut, how many kilos or quintals of soap nut we get? Unless the BMC knows, it cannot talk to the trader. It cannot talk to Mira company to say that we will supply this many and you have to provide this much of the benefit. That can go to local biodiversity fund. As you said, how we can have a funding mechanism. We have a very good mechanism called the local biodiversity fund, LBF. See, the JFF mechanism runs only by a government order, but the BMC and local biodiversity fund acts as per the act. So the Panchayat department and the forest department and the state biodiversity boards, they should work together. And now when they go for restoration or actually reforestation of the resources they are collecting for deriving benefits under access and benefit sharing mechanism, they can also work out a mechanism of carbon credit. That is one possible available thing that we have. And because we have from red to red plus also. Red plus involves for some of you, this is the reduction of emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And when all the UN agencies joined, we went for red plus. That means community involvement and benefit should go to the community. But so far, even in Northeast, where I am working in Meghalaya, the red plus mechanism with the help of ADB has worked out 28,000 hectares of pristine forest, but that is a sacred grove. It does not give any benefit to local community except the spiritual benefits. So now how do we work? As he rightly said, when we go for revenue department area available in revenue department, revenue lands, then it is very easy. Not easy, but there can be a very good protocol and also an MOU to work out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar. Any other queries and responses to Shubham? Yeah, Archidesh, please.
I don't have any question. I just want to say thank you to Shubham for his really good effort that he's making. And it's really interesting to see this kind of initiatives from Chhattisgarh, and I'm really impressed. Well, it's really interesting to know, Shubham, and all the best for your future endeavors. I'm looking forward to your work. Thank you, and also collaborate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So I think we have Dr. Abhira Datta Roy and Debabrata Mandal joined us a bit late. I would like to welcome both. But before I would have them present their experience and share their experience with us, we have one more speaker from Kosher Climate India Private Limited, Shravan, who is also a part of this meeting here. So I'd like to invite Shravan to share with us what Kosher Climate India Private Limited is all about, and how they are contributing to carbon markets and carbon credits, and how that can help us in taking this mangrove conservation and coastal resilience forward. Thank you. Shravan, are you here?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Shravan. Please kindly share a few little information about this, your experience.
Yeah, hi.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Shravan. I work with Kosher Climate India Private Limited, firm, carbon advisory firm based in Bangalore. We do our basic main. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Shravan, please.
Yeah. So we are into carbon advisory from past 10 years, and with an leadership of 25 plus years of experience in renewable energy projects development. We have already did 300 plus projects in renewable energy and we are spread out in 9 countries. Basically, I don't have a presentation for you now, but just I'll be giving our introduction, what the verticals we are into. We are carbon advisory and sustainability development. We take sustainability development projects, renewable energy projects, and environmental like environmental and social impact assessment studies. So yeah, as I said, like we are in spread out in 9 countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia, as well in Brazil. So
Shravan, we are losing you.
sorry, yeah, sorry. Just basically, I'm running on my mobile network, so sorry, kindly bear with me. So we do assessment studies for alien studies, bat and bird studies for the energy projects like wind and solar, and we do red flag assessments. We for the critically endangered and vulnerable species of the areas where these projects venture in, like proposed to be brought up. So our pipeline projects are in yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we lost you.
Yeah, sorry. So our other verticals are in agriculture, agroforestry, and community development projects. So in agriculture, we look for the carbon offsets by implementing different methods for looking for the carbon offsets, like methane reduction of greenhouse gases like methane and nitrous oxides, and soil organic carbon measures. And in the agriculture, agroforestry as well, in community development projects, we are into carbon offsets, like for by distributing these cook stove projects and cook stove and biogas projects. So this is we in short, and we are open for collaborating with organizations looking up for the carbon, and also we support organizations looking for funding and collaborations, and take the projects to the carbon.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shravan. I think thanks for being open for collaborations, and we look forward and probably all the participants over here will take the note and approach you. Probably we can all come together collaboratively and do something about it. Thanks for your presentation. And any
as I said, agroforestry, we are now starting up with mangrove projects as well in Sundarbans and in Gujarat coast.
Yeah. I think Sundarbans, on that note, we have 2 very important participants joining us today. Dr. Abira Datta Roy, she is an assistant professor at BZSM College in West Bengal. And along with her, we have another hero who is at the grassroots level, who is quintessential in regeneration of 130,000 acres of mangrove forests in Sundarbans. Debabrata Mandal is also with us. So I'd like to invite Dr. Abira Datta Roy to represent her work, her research work that she has been doing, and how her collaboration with Debabrata Roy and how these 2 people are contributing to regeneration and conservation, as well as sustainable improvement of livelihoods in Sundarbans area. Dr. Datta Roy, you are invited to share your research details and experiences with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
I'm actually thankful to Debobruto. He's my student and he's really passionate activist working at the grassroots level at Sundarbans. So he told me about this conference and sharing of ideas. I thought, let me just gist up what the academicians and the researchers are doing, and how as geographers we generally work through data analysis and pen and paper. So what are the findings? Even I also want to get into the grassroots level, do a lot of activities along with Debobruta. I'll just share a few slides and discuss as how the academicians are contributing towards conservation and estimation of what the situation is at a global level, and also Sundarbans here. I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
What I thought of was like the Great Wall of China. The mangroves are actually the Great Wall of nature, protecting us against lot of hurdles and lot of disastrous activities that are going on, mostly that are anthropogenic induced. So if we look into the contribution of academicians here, the estimation of the mangrove area cover across the globe, the species richness, the biodiversity were done by grassroots level researchers like many of us are here, and also scientists who are botanists, microbiologists, chemists. They are all going to the fields and they are trying to assess the entire Sundarban ecosystem. If we see this map here, this was done by Paul Giro and his team of researchers, where he found out that the species richness is quite high in the Southeast Asian part of the world, where the biodiversity, not in terms of flora, fauna, needs to be protected to a great extent. And if we see that of how much biodiversity and the area coverage that has been estimated in India, we can see that West Bengal, which is the greatest mangroves in the world. West Bengal covers the majority, and the species diversity is endless, and many of them has got to the red list, are on the verge of extinction and needs to be protected. Now, if we all of us know, so the IPCC and the climate scientists have been computing how the climate change, the global rise in temperatures, the declining amount of rainfall, the increased frequency of cyclones, especially from our childhood days, what we are seeing and observing, and even the climate data and the observations by the Indian Meteorological Organization, or the department, IMD, is showing that how the frequency and the intensity as well as the destructiveness of the cyclones have increased stupendously over the last 3 decades or more. We had heard once of a super cyclone in 1990s, and now it's almost a very regular incident in the Indian subcontinental area. So the climate rise is the climate change and the temperature rise, the increased frequency of cyclones are creating a lot of havoc in these delta regions. And moreover, all of us know the sea level rise. So if you can see the graph here, the glacial melt is contributing a lot to the rise in the water level, as well as the field observers, the glaciologists, used to go and record during the 1900s, when in the early 1900s, when there were not much sophisticated instrumentations and data recording systems available. That time photographic evidences or such things were recording how the glaciers are receding. They are contributing to the snow melt runoff and hence the sea level rise. Later on, the tide gauge data came where the actual sea level rise was being monitored. Then now remote sensing, the satellite images are playing a major role in estimating the ice reduction in the iceberg, the glaciers, and how it's leading to the sea level rise. So now for academicians, fieldwork as well as satellite imaging has played a major contributor to assess how serious the grave situation is, and where mostly in areas where the marginalized people, the poor, were completely dependent on or staying at a very subsistent level, hand to mouth situation. They are staying in these vulnerable areas which are prone to the sea level rise. Now, these data are which are studied by the academicians and the grassroots level scientists have proved us and are giving an early warning to us. If you see the 17 SDGs, now for me, the mangrove ecosystem itself will be contributing to the, if we sustainably develop it, conserve it, and also provide the livelihood, the food security without destructing the environment or the ecosystem, on major part of the SDGs can be solved. If we see, we'll be taking climate action, then we'll be preserving the life below the water, then we'll also preserve the life above water, the livelihoods of the people, the food security part, and we have sustainable communities, and we'll have global partnership in order to prevent the degradation of the entire ecosystem. And hence we'll be also looking into the health aspect. There is zero hunger. So everything, if we just consider, like in India, watershed movement, like considering river catchment for a holistic development of the entire area, both in terms of socio-economic, in terms of environmental conservation, soil conservation, etc., are have become over the last few decades, have become the major policy implementation at the grassroots level, like watershed management, have become. Similarly, taking mangrove ecosystem can help in holistically in attaining almost all the 17 SDGs. Now, if you see this in terms of how carbon sequestration capacity of mangroves are considered, it is one of the biggest carbon sinks of the forest ecosystem. Now, ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, IIRS, Dehradun, their Indian remote sensing centers, and various space research application centers where academicians, scientists, and their researchers who are going to the grassroots level, cross-checking, validating the remote sense or satellite observation with the ground, validating them. They have proved that the carbon, soil organic carbon is the highest in a mangrove ecosystem. And it is, they have seen how it has been effective in controlling erosion rates, the storm surges, then the, the conserving biodiversity, and even with the climate change that is happening here, mostly it is seen that the increased sea surface temperature, the water surface temperature of the seas are rising, the sea surface temperature, the anthropogenic effluents that are draining into the seas, and the sea salinity are rising to an abnormal extent that even these mangroves are not being able to function as the purifier or the cleanser or the kidneys of the coastal areas. Because definitely anthropogenic interventions are reducing the forest coverage, and hence definitely the flora and fauna is also being affected. Now, what could be the solution to it? Definitely afforestation, that we will be seeing in the later slides by Devobroto. Here, this few diagrams, if you can see, I'll just show you that these are the amounts of carbon dioxide that are sequestered by various forest systems. So here there's boreal, then there's tropical, then the mangrove. You can see that this has the highest soil organic carbon content, and this is the above ground biomass. Now, for even researchers at the grassroots level, various NGOs can also contribute here. Their researchers or the field workers can go and estimate them. It is the height and the girth of the trunks that is measured, and the biomass is calculated. The soil organic carbon content can be calculated at the laboratory, and hence we can find out which species, what kind of ecosystem can help in restoring our environment properly. And, not just these environmental aspects, a lot of livelihood of the people are also dependent here. All of us know the bee honey collectors. Then there are fisheries then aquacultural ponds that get devastated. Then with the rampant deforestation that is going on, the saline water ingression happens in the coastal aquifers, like especially in areas of Midnapur district, which is also a coastal district in West Bengal. There's so much of exploitation of the groundwater for multiple cropping that is happening in the Kontai, Digha coastal regions, that the groundwater level has fallen drastically. And this is being replenished by how? Like the osmosis process that goes on. So there is an ingression of soil, saline water into the groundwater aquifers in the coastal region. So that is leading to salinization of the soil, that is leading to infertility of the land. So the entire mangrove system in all our the coastal regions are interconnected. Hence it's very essential that we take a very pragmatic step towards mitigating the problems that are being faced. That is what we, through various data analysis, we can suggest. And if we see, if we just, from the researcher's point of view, if we just search the word mangrove across various research publication portals like those Elsevier, or Springer, Taylor Francis, or Routledge and Oxford publications, there are over 0.1 million scientific publications that have been done in order to see how the land use, land cover has changed, whether the afforestation is really working, how much has been the deforestation overtaken the afforestation initiatives going on, or whether the salinity has increased, what is the contribution of zooplanktons and phytoplanktons, how are they changing, how the sea surface temperature and the land surface temperature and the wind actions are interacting, and how much areas are being inundated, so that disaster risk reduction can be done, people can be made aware, their resilient societies and communities can be built up so that they can face those challenges that because they're staying in vulnerable areas. So these kind of research is being going on, and I would like to contribute as a researcher, as a scientist, to the knowledge building part. And definitely, like few of the recent articles that have come up, that it has been found a work has been done by Young and his team. So that mangroves have the capacity to intercept microplastics. Now, which we girls will be knowing that we have microplastics in the face wash and all scrubbing elements, which is very deadly in the washing detergent powders, which are contributing humongously to the water quality degradation. Mangrove especially in the this public. So we can, by this knowledge base, we can be more proactive, more vigorously working towards the conservation of these ecosystem. And likewise, also this is a map where we can see that during 1997, the initiatives, that ground level initiatives, have been really helpful. In 1997, the forest patches were really fragmented. And as the afforestation activities at the grassroots level are going on, it has increased to a great extent. And 2018, it is showing quite a good coverage. But sadly, a publication by one of the Indian researchers at Vidyasagar University, they have shown that how there has been humongous loss in the mangrove areas over the last 30 years. The red patches in the Indian part of the Sundarbans shows that there's loss of mangrove due to erosion, and the rest of the green patches are actually have been converted to other land use land cover, like maybe agriculture, aquaculture, industries, tourism. All those things are going on. So these kind of map data can provide implementers, policymakers, and grassroots level researchers and workers to act accordingly. So as academician myself, I would like to definitely contribute on this and look forward to collaborations on this aspect. And hence, as in November 2022, India have become parties to the Mangrove Alliance for Climate. So even as educated and aware citizen, it is my responsibility and our responsibility to work together. So thank you. This is all from my side. Please, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Roy. This is amazing. And thank you so much for joining us on such a short notice and for that wonderful presentation. And I would request the participants to interact with Dr. Roy. And it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure having you with us today. Yes, I would request others to interact with Dr. Roy. Dr. Ravi Shankar, Achitesh, Hussain, Vishal.
I can only say it's a very good presentation, and I know one more person from West Bengal now working on because as you said, that would be combined efforts for the World Heritage Site, the Sundarbans, both from the Bangladesh side and the Indian side. Way back a decade and a half ago, there was a good project proposed by Asian Development Bank, but because of some technical or bureaucratic or political reasons, that did not go off well, and somehow we could not make use of the funding. We got a large amount of funding. You are right that there should be some combined efforts for the Sundarbans of the world. Together from the experts of both Bangladesh and India. We have very good expertise from Bangladesh, and the Indian part we have very good both technical and social expertise. From the universities we have a very good professor from West Bengal. Unfortunately, I don't remember his name, but he has published a lot. And
Shubhoto Hajra sir from Jadavpur University.
Yeah. And also, from the social part, there are very good NGOs who have been toiling themselves in, when I went to, Sundarbans, I coined the name mud skiing, like ice skiing, because in the boats, when we sit and then it will be pushed and it will glide onto the shore. That's one of the things. And but livelihoods needs to be improved for the people who are dependent on the juvenile fish catch that is affecting the fishery source of anywhere in the mangroves. But Sundarbans, it is major. And the human wildlife conflict of Bengal tigers, Sundarban Bengal tigers, in a way, though we are losing human lives, it is a blessing in disguise for the conservation of mangroves of Sundarbans. But the prey-predator relationship of the tigers and the deer needs to be taken into account when we look at the carrying capacity of the entire Sundarbans for the prey-predator relationship. But we look at the holistic way of managing, we have to balance. But the way livelihoods are taken care of by the forestry department and the NGOs together in very deep inside the forest, that is laudable. I think we should accept that, and the support provided by research organizations like ICAR field stations and ZSI field stations should also be acknowledged. And as you said, several publications are there. And because as a consultant, when I have to write certain very important project, the importance of publications comes in handy. The way the professors have worked and meticulously brought out the information that can be analyzed very nicely, and that will help in policy preparation. Thank you, all the best, and kindly keep in touch if you want any help.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, all
Yeah,
of you.
Achitesh has something.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Abira, for the nice presentation and enlightening us about this situation in Sundarbans. I have a quick clarificatory question. We all knew like 30-40 years back that climate change is happening and it's impacting. So I was just trying to understand from your own research, how do you see the difference of climate change impacts currently happening in the Sundarbans, and how the livelihoods of people who are solely dependent on many groups is being impacted. So if you can share your experience, especially on the livelihood aspect of people who are really dependent on many groups for their livelihood, and how climate change is destroying that.
Yes, many of my students are residents of Sundarban area. So they are actually, what they have said, that because of the climate change, the frequency of cyclone has increased. Every year we are seeing that 2 or 3 cyclones are hitting really hard. Now, what the people here are doing, the adaptation strategy that they have taken, many few who have no other means, who are absolutely marginalized, not even that educated to fetch a job somewhere else, and completely dependent on either aquaculture or honey collection, or maybe on fisheries in the deep seas, or something like that. They are actively participating in the mangrove afforestation, because they know that that is where they have to stay. They are actively participating in building the embankments that are being washed away by the storm surges. And even there are a lot of land mafias there, which is a very bad aspect, the political aspect. What my students at the field level have seen, that a plot of land is being sold by someone to someone through a middle person. And after a cyclonic event, that land gets washed away. There are no policy regulations that the part erosion, through erosion, it's washed away. There are no policies in order to, compensate, or someone has purchased he has, his loss at money, his loss of land. So he has nowhere to go. So there are a lot of land mafias who are working. This is one ground level. And there are people who are slightly educated, maybe 10th standard or 12th standard they have crossed, and they have not gone for graduation. They are moving to Calcutta in search of jobs. So there is huge out migration from these areas. So they are either working as rickshaw pullers, auto rickshaw, or as ladies are working as maids at houses. So for livelihood, they are doing, they have completely out migrated from the region. And some are participating in ecotourism activities. So this is the ground level scenario.
So yeah, sorry to interrupt you here. So that means that with increasing climate change, people are migrating quite a lot, and also the dependence of the mangroves. Do you think they're decreasing day by day because of that migration, or do you think there is still a lot of people who are dependent on mangroves?
There's a lot of people who are dependent on mangroves, because if the male out migration is high, they are sending money to the female, their wife or mother or sister, whoever is staying there looking after their kids. The women folks are quite dependent on the mangroves, and they are also actively participating in the restoration of the entire area.
Thank you very much. That's interesting. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abira, for your great insights. And it's very good to have someone from academics, because the other day I was discussing this with Kanna, that we should have someone from university. And then I'm so happy to see you here. And also I'm amazed to see the kind of body of knowledge we have within this small group. And this is I highly appreciate like your efforts and your time you took for participating in this event. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you towards mangrove conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayati.
Yeah, it's amazing, like how it all started, like with scholars and scientists.
Yeah,
And
we were
yeah.
discussing that we should have someone from a
Yes.
university or research institute. So it's good to have that, like what we thought our plan has been realized.
Yeah, with researchers like Amrit, like just opening the discussion, like the integration and all. And then we have like practitioners on the ground, like All Is Well and Vikasa and other groups like which are working on the ground as practitioners. And then we have like Dr. Ravi Shankar, like who's a policymaker in one way, like he spoke about like what are the policy nitty-gritties, and
I
like,
think he's kind of all in one, one man army kind of person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then like we have Achitesh, like who spoke about the financial like tools like that can be brought about. And then we have Anuradha Singh and Subham and Shravan, like who spoke about the role of markets. And then finally, like it's a sweet spot like that. Dr. Roy, like here, like spoke about the academics and the role of academics. Recent academic and university like to take things forward. And one thing that is left is we all spoke about the possibilities and everything, and we have not seen something practically on the ground. I thought like that particular thing would be now fulfilled by Devobrata in the next presentation. We also thought like Soumya would be here, but unfortunately he has some important work.
I think
so
he
could not
has,
join.
he's here. Soumya is here.
No, this is another Soumya. So we don't have Soumya Ranjan Vishwa. We have Soumya Prakash with us, but we don't have like Soumya Prakash Vishwa, like but we would definitely have the pleasure, like but before without ado,
great to see representation from all the sector we now have.
Yeah, so I would invite Devobrata Mandal, who has done some phenomenal work along with Abira.
Kanna, please, as I would be leaving, I'm Hussein here.
Yeah, hi, Hussein.
Just I would like to speak for 1 minute because I'm running out of time because I have a train.
Please.
Good afternoon all. So I am Sheikh Hussein. I'm a freelancer and work in conservation with many organizations all over the country, and I train people. So whatever the knowledge is there, I do share. So I have some experience in mangroves of few states like Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, mostly into training. So now presently we are in an organization having in Anyada called in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana we are working. We work on environmental issues, biodiversity conservation, wetland conservation, and a lot of trainings, awareness. So we work on grassroots level, like giving awareness to different age groups like schools, colleges. So my main thing I would like to add up here, yes, it's a great association with a small group who are having varied knowledges into research scholars, like research scholars, academicians, policymakers, everyone. The only thing which we need to add up here is like the government sector, like the IFS officers who are there working on ground to pull them up. That's one thing I would say. And the second thing which we are lacking behind and we lack every time is the youth or the organizations or the people or the universities who are like BSc, MSc. Why we are not able to pull them into on ground like plantation? We will try to inculcate them into the importance of mangroves plantation. So because they are the future of conservation of these mangroves and everything. That's all I wanted to add up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. We'll definitely, like, as this is just the beginning and inception.
Yes.
Eventually, like, we'll get there. So we have to start somewhere, but I hope like this is the best starting like that I could ever imagine. So the kind of galaxy of intellectuals and people like who are here is just amazing. I'm so surprised and I'm so grateful like to everyone for taking their time and patiently like joining us on a short notice. So without much ado, I would like to invite Devobrata. Thank you, Hussein. I would like to invite Devobrata Mandal. Yeah, Devobrata Mandal to share the kind of work like that he's doing on the ground. Right now, he's actually leading a campaign, but he has already traveled like almost like 1,000 kilometers or so. But still like he has joined us today so thank you, Devobrata. Yeah, over to you, Devobrata, please.
Yes. Just Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Riri. Love to see you all. I believe with all the speaker, they mentioned so many data and academic research and their articles, and also lots of information about the mangrove plantation and all the other things. So, and yeah, already my ma'am also mentioned that I am Devrat Mondol and passionately working in environment from the time of my BSc. I started the working, and from the school level, I started planting in the different villages and local area. I am born and brought up in Sundarban. From Sundarban, the place name is Doyapur. It is a coastal village of Sundarban. So today, my basic difference between me and other researchers. So I really love to research, but the researcher share their knowledge and so many data, but never try to implement that thing in reality. That's the basic difference. So today I will not share any data or academic research or anything to all of you. Just I will share my practical knowledge, how I implement the mangrove plantation and planting the Sundarban and Indian Sundarban part. So before going to start, just one more thing. I am not a good speaker, but I can be a good worker and good participant or good as a volunteer. So my journey started every year in Sundarban, suffering so many cyclones like Aila, Amphan, Shidar, Bulbul, many cyclones. After cyclone, so many villages totally devastated, and from during that time, me along with my lots of friends here, I shared to a picture of that period. So many villages are destructed. People survived there. And during that time, we provided them some relief and food over there. And like this way, reach out to them. And also after that, we think that this is not the permanent solution for the Sundarban, because relief is a temporary things. It's not good to sustain them and not prevent them from the cyclone. So from after that, I try to planting mangroves. And before that, you can take this. Yes. Sorry. So after that, I joined different environmental related campaign in Sundarban. So I found so many researchers that did research like in the year of 2010, Indo-Pacific region, Donald and had research in 25 mangrove region in Sundarban, and they showing the data that approximately 375 milligram per hectare mangrove can consume the carbon dioxide, and this is the only plant in the world which can consume the carbon dioxide more than 4 times than other terrestrial plant in the world. So from that period of time, I try to planting mangrove in Sundarban, and I collect mangrove seed from the different part of the Bengal, and sometime I visited the Bangladesh portion also. And after that, I classified the mangrove seed and defined name there also. So after that, I visit different coastal villages and encourage and share my knowledge about the mangrove plantation and increase them to planting and motivate them. So from the different part of coastal, more than 20 villages, I now personally I contact with the every villagers, and lots of 500 women currently I contact with them, and they help me to planting mangroves in the Sundarban region, and to create a nursery and also planting mangroves after sapling. They planting mangroves in different part of the coastal place. So throughout the every year and throughout the every month, I get in touch with them, and also. But this is mangrove plantation. The first thing that is the most important. It is not only plantation for them, because through this plantation project, I provide them a temporary job for them, and they sustain their livelihood there over there. Because everyone we know already, Ravi Shankar sir mentioned, I believe he read the book Man and Wildlife Conflict over the Sundarban. The people of Sundarban, every time, every day and night, they survive for their own existence because the crocodile inside the water and the tiger in the forest. And sometime in front of I saw so many dead bodies of the tiger victim, and so many villages still exist in Sundarban. Lots of women, they lost their husband due to the when they collect the honey inside the forest, and during the they survive that time. And also people, they are now withdrawn women in the particular villages in Sundarban. So I personally meet also that women's there, also the widow family, more than as 30 widow families still exist in Sundarban. Totally the entire village, they lost their husband during the collecting of fishing or collecting of honey inside the forest. So it's the pathetic for us. And also this is the actual way. In previous slide, here I try to showing how we built a nursery in the coastal part of the Sundarban, and how we making a soil pot over there, and people how they working. Basically, the women, they are working over here, and I will guide them how to plant and how to making the pot and all those things. And during the tide, because the nursery is a very coastal part of the Sundarban, during the tide time, the worker or my volunteer, they used that way to reach out the nursery, and after that they will working. This is a real picture which I taken by my own phone, on my phone, not collect from any internet or any other places. So this is the real scenario of the Sundarban. After that, I generate now currently I have the mangrove nursery where the more than 1,20,000 sapling mangrove sapling there. I collect a different kind of mangrove sheet from the different part of Bengal. After that, I built this my own nursery. And also one more thing, during the class time, when I read the how to reduce the pollution, that time in a project or is a dissertation paper, in a research paper, everyone we mention that on point that is called suggestion. And there we mention need to planting more plant to reduce the carbon dioxide, like that. But after completing my degree as a student of geography, I try to implement my own knowledge, that my suggestion is now implement in the reality. And making this nursery in the coastal place in Sundarban, and there are more than 5 and 7 types mangrove sheet over there. And also now the condition of the every day from the beginning, I put the water from the 2 times. When the low tide time, I put the water, the sheet, and now the sapling grow day by day, every day grow. And it's really blessed to doing such work over there. And I really put my every day, and every day once I visit that my nursery, when I visit, I taking some fresh air from there. I feel really blessed doing this job over there. And my target within 2 and 3 years, I try to plant more than 3 million mangrove plant in Indian Sundarban and also Bangladesh Sundarban. So this is my nursery, and they are more than on point on like 20,000 mangrove sapling over there. After the sapling grow up, just I'll show some videos over there. This is the videos. Is it audible?
Yes, yes.
So it is a small part. Just we after sapling grow up, we carry it out and we hire a big boat. And after that, we because the Sundarban is a multiple river network there, and separated by the river network in the different villages, and isolated all the villages from another. The only boat is the only communication system over there. So that's why we from the nursery we collect the seed, and throughout the boat we visit the different coastal villages, and they are started planting. And there is another video uh, where I loading our boats, and there me and my all the student girls there, students and their mothers, and me also there during the at any time we doing that job, you can see the condition of that particular place, and also the sky condition over there, because it is a cyclone affected area and rain affected. So that's why this how we this is really challenging for us, because it is not the condition to working every time there, because due to the cyclone and also the rainfall and also some dangerous species over there, and also the crocodile inside the every river in Sundarban. Next one, after reach out the defined villages in Sundarban, coastal villages, along with my team, we planting the mangroves over there, defined coastal part, and we basically collect the data, pre-data of the before planting the mangroves in the Sundarban, where we planting actually. We try to prevent not only mangrove planting or regenerate mangrove in Sundarban, also we try to prevent the river dam over there, because after cyclone lots of dam totally devastated over that particular place, and after that so many people they lost their personal land and their house totally destroyed over there. So we visit that Sundarban and particular Sundarban area, and after that we find out some that kind of location where we actually prevent that river embankment or river dam over there, and how can we prevent the river dam from the erosion from the cyclone or flood, because the mangrove is the only plant in over that particular area. They can prevent the soil erosion or river bank erosion over there. So after that, we collect the before image, and after that we implement our project over there, and we planting mangroves in that particular places. You can see the dam condition over there after cyclone, and after that part of the dam, there is so many cultivate land over there, and on so many villagers they living already there. So if after cyclone, if the dam is totally eroded, the flood rate happen will be there. In my personal opinion, I see facing so many cyclone and so many flood over there in Sundarban. I my personal life experience in my life till 7 days. I don't feed any rice over there due to cyclone that time. I taking some and without some food, few days I taking my night. I spent few night with some biscuits over during the cyclone time. I with along with my parents over there. So many survived my life on my experience over there. I facing so many ground reality there. And here is one more videos where we plant actually the condition of the dam, river dam here. I try to prevent that dam through my planting the mangroves, and not only we planting mangroves over that particular area. After planting the mangroves, we provide of defined villagers, 10 to 20 villagers, they provide them responsibility. So they will take care the entire mangroves throughout the year, like 3 years they will take care till the mangrove grow up. And every month I visit the defined area where the mangrove, the condition. My main target is not to planting mangroves in Sundarban area and taking photos and spread social media. That I am doing that such kind of job. It is not my job. My job is to conserve the mangrove and take care of the mangrove, not only planting the mangrove. So for that reason, I create some dam, bamboo barricade over there, and also use some net after planting the mangrove sapling over there, and try to prevent some domestic animal over there. So try to prevent for that reason I barricade that. Here is some video how to plan. You can just one more thing. Just one more thing. When I try to playing this video, you can hearing the roaring of the winds during the when we try to going to plant the mangrove in Sundarban. That time, so many that time it low pressure created in the Bay of Bengal and cyclone facing some cyclone and challenging threat. And during that time, we planting, so you can hear the roaring of the actual winds over there. Just now I'm playing my videos. and so far in Sundarban, I defined villages and coastal villages. I already planted more than 1,20,000 plant, and for that reason, I feel really blessed. And also, in upcoming days, definitely I will plant more and more. And my target every month, I try to plant more than 10,000 mangrove sapling in Sundarban. That is my main objective. And one more thing, just if I stop planting in Sundarban, the lots of women they will suffering because if I suddenly currently in January, the new year, I still not started planting in Sundarban due to some funding issues. But every day, some women they calling me, Dada, when you starting the planting, and this is the reality because if I starting the planting, I can provide some remuneration for their sustain their life because the Sundarban is the only place in India that is the where the so many migrate labor after the climate change. Sundarban many places water climate sea level already so many researchers in Calcutta University like Professor Sunando Babu and also Sugat Haja and so many researchers in Calcutta, they already showing that in Sagar Island after climate change the mean sea level rise 0.07 millimeter over the Sagar Island, and the climate change impact over so much. And also after the climate change, so many people they losing totally their own land and also lost their house also. After that, they migrate different part of the country, and also a few women worker they are facing the trafficking. So many still the trafficking increase in Sundarban due to the lack of job. They are facing that challenges over there. So I try to prevent that kind of things and try to create awareness in Sundarban. And also one more thing, I create a education system for the pre and post education system for the kids and who are the planting mangroves, the women, their kids. I provide them, and personally I visit in a month 2 and 3 times and provide them some education. I not mention that kind of photos over here because it is a mangrove plantation or conservation project related seminar. So me along with my team, they provide them some basic education because the people they want to learn, but they're not the such resources over there. So I really passionately working there. I want to work there, and just in the last, I just try to share the most important things because I know I am doing my job which I love, but really I can't change anything in the world. Maybe I can change 0.001% in the world. But when you and me together we will work differently, we will create a difference and we will make a difference. And according to the Gautam Buddha, he means don't try to learn act, don't try to learn react, just try to learn how to respond. So I need all of your respond and all of your blessing and all of your collaboration and all of your suggestion and knowledge. And I am ready to share my knowledge across the country, how to planting mangroves, how to be making it big and bigger. So please save nation, save Sundarban, and take part of the climate change. Nice to meet you all, and it's my pleasure. It's my really, I feel blessed to have you all here. And thank you, Kanna sir, for giving me the opportunity to take part of this event. And really, I am a very village boy. I know the village culture and I know the village condition and reality. This really pleasure to meet you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Devabrata. You made me cry. Thank you so much. I think like at the last presentation, like I cannot get any better than this. This is just amazing. This is just amazing. And thank you so much, Devabrata, like for joining us and sharing all your insights and what are the difficulties like on the ground, and like when something is like put to practice is what we have come to learn like from your presentation. And yeah, I would like to invite other participants like to interact with you.
Yes,
I think
please,
first to speak
anyone.
is yeah, Architesh is here. He would like to say something, and Amrit like next.
Yeah. Hi, Devabrata. That's it's really interesting, and
Yes,
thanks
thank you.
Thanks for the nice presentation. Great to know you. It's a really honor to meet you and the kind of work you're doing. Really appreciate it from my heart. And I have a few clarificatory questions. So you have a lot of experience on the ground, what's happening to the people, and you have been also planting this main group. So I have two quick questions on these things. The first one is, for example, in 1 year, like how many times the main groups are threatened from the climate change risk? Like on average, like how many times the farmer are at the risk of losing the mangrove plantation? That's number one. And number two, have you ever observed like what is the, for example, if I ask a group of community of mangrove dependent people that you are a community and you are trying to insure your loss whenever there is a loss from some kind of disaster, like let's say cyclone or typhoon or whatever is there, what is their willingness to pay to insure the mangrove? This kind of technical question, like kind of financial question I'm asking. I'm just trying to see what is the willingness among the people to to pay for the conserving the mangroves, and also not only by themselves, but if there is a government support or government program from the government side, that let's say that we'll pay for the insurance premium, but you have to start and participate in this community insurance things, or whatever financial mechanism is there. So these are the two questions that I want to really understand from the ground. And thanks very much again. It's really heartwarming to see your presentation. Thanks a lot.
Yes, so thank you so much. I understand your question. This is very technical question. So the first answer is in a year and 2 and 3 times the Sundarban defined cyclone happened in Sundarban. And during that time, the river bank totally devastated. That period of time, the mangrove is totally destroyed over that particular places. That is 2 and 3 times. And second one, after the cyclone, so many people, they lost their job. Even if they lost their house, and how can they shop in there? So after that, the migrant labor created that particular region, migrant labor, and also they migrate from one part to another part. Just 1 minute, please. Really sorry. So, and the second thing is the most important thing, that is the second thing, that is after cyclone, they totally lost their own land and also their houses, and also they lost their job. So the most important thing is that after that they are migrate from the type of country, and some people they provide, they are showing there some job opportunity, but doing this kind of way, that girl trafficking from different countries and also different part of the India. And I have a contact more than 30 girls who are just back in the normal life after rescue from different part of the country, like Delhi, from Mumbai, and from many part of the country. I personally involve them and try to help provide some job opportunity through the mangrove plantation. And also I try to provide some educated knowledge, skill development. I ready to start some skill development knowledge there, and I try to reduce some trafficking over there, and also try to reduce their pain. That's all from my end. Yes, Jayati ma'am, please.
Amrit is here.
Mishra.
Amrit is here. Just a minute.
Yes, please.
Okay,
please.
Thanks, Devabrata, for the wonderful presentation and the ground truth, what's happening there.
Thank you.
What I am trying to understand is, how do you choose a place for in Sundarbans, which is like very dynamic in terms of like erosion, as you said? How do you choose, okay, this is the place I'm going to plant mangroves here? And once you plant them, what happens next year if they are eroded and gone away from there? All your effort is kind of gone because of cyclones or, sediment erosion, everything is gone from there. So how do you deal with that? Like, how do you choose a place, okay, that I'm going to plant here? Do you use like the data from ISRO where they have said, okay, these are the areas that are good for plantation? Because I know Krishna Ray from West Bengal, she is also doing mangrove plantation in Sundarbans. So I'm trying to understand, like, how do you choose a place for plantation, and like what happens when it's eroded? You said you plant 10,000 samplings a month. So what happens if all of them are gone because of a cyclone? So I would take that decision. Yeah.
Yes. So really, thank you. This is a very good question, and really, it's a very good question for choosing the location. So before that, before planting, I visit Sundarban, define every places, and also I taking the data and satellite map images from the ISRO data help, and also I have some data access access mapping access also. And also second thing, after the cyclone, many places are totally destroyed. Not and also the particular place where destroy the river bank, there is actually the lack of the mangroves, the place destroyed, the river bank destroyed due lack of mangroves. So that particular region, and also after flood, the new dam built over there, and that kind of location I try to preferable to planting mangrove. After planting, my main objective not planting mangrove over there. I already mentioned in my PPT that after planting 3 years, my team, they conserve the entire planting mangroves over there. And also they barricade from the bamboos and the net, we using the net. And also local villagers, I give them the responsibility to take care the mangrove, and every month I collecting the data how many mangroves survive there. So my 95% mangrove still survive that particular region, because my all the member local community, they help me to prevent from the erosion or other things. But where the mangrove density build, there not erosion happen that particular location or that particular dam, because the mangrove holding capacity is very high, and they try to prevent the river bank erosion. That's all.
Thank you.
Jayati?
Yeah. First of all, congratulations, Devabrata, for this wonderful work, because we keep talking about participation of youth, but like now we see youth in action. So congratulations for this wonderful work. And Devabrata, I would like to understand, like when you do this plantation or regeneration, so do you also observe and document ecological succession over time in these newly planted areas as a habitat? Yeah.
Yeah, so I read that kind of project or paper over there, and also that particular ecological there. But before planting, so you mentioned succession, right?
Yeah, ecological succession, like if you see new species which are native appear here in these like habitats which you have restored.
Yes, definitely. So after planting, after the most important thing after planting the mangroves in new where we planted so far in a year, that particular region, there is so many different species and different. And the most important thing is that so many now fishing during the tide time, lots of fish they gather that places during the tide time. Lots of fishing I personally observe. And also there are so many kids like animals also, there are so many, like they visited sometime like some monkeys now there. So so many defined species and plant, and new plant after tide, new plant also generated over there. Like I planted like I planted goran, like I planted gew, but after the tide, new plant already generated all that places also.
Thank you. Nice to know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope Anuradha Singh ji and Pragna and Uttara are taking note of all the activities like that that is being carried out, like by Devabrata Mandal and Abira like in there in Sundarbans and in Sundarbans. And the problem that was shared like with both by both Debabrata and as well as Soumya is the lack of funds to support the financial support and resources like for them to take things forward. I would like to personally pledge like in my own support, but we as a part of like this consortium and alliance would like to commit together to mobilize like funds and resources for all the activities like that are being carried out like by people like Soumya and Debabrata and all is well in Kakinada and Vikasa and Ashra and other organizations. So on that note, as we have almost come to the conclusion, and I just because it's already well past 2 and we are heading like engine towards the conclusion of this. Any further clarifications, any further doubts, any further suggestions, like I request everyone to share it over the email, which is already shared with everyone. Dr. Ravi Shankar ji, yes.
Yeah, 2 things I want to share.
Please,
And as soon as Debabrata, you have taken me down the memory line of my youth days when I was involved in restoration and when the mud comes through the fingers of your toes.
Yes, sir.
It's a very good work. So 2 things I want to tell. One is I also want Archite's attention here because we have heard mangrove restoration taking place in different states along the east coast of India and so Sundarbans particularly. We need to document the nursery techniques, the different nursery techniques for different states. Instead of talking about political thing, let us go by biological thing that, we have Sundarbans, then Devi Mouth and Mahanadi, Bitrakanika, then Godavari, Krishna, Penna, then Pichavaram and Muthupet. So these mangrove restoration actions that are taking place and the experiences gained, like recently I did one documentation of global best practices for mainstreaming biodiversity conservation, mangrove biodiversity conservation for the UNDP. Like that, the best nursery practices we need to publish. Maybe UNU can take some lead in that, and if there is any support, I can take the lead. So I have already published a few states the nursery techniques. Nursery techniques are very important and it helps more in survival rate, because nowadays the money for restoration per hectare is going very, very high. That is one point I wanted to highlight here. And the second point is all the work and all the presentations that we have learned through the presentations made today, we have to go beyond that. And as I suggested in the beginning, let us have some common email group where people can share their experiences. And if there is some possibility, please develop a Google Drive where we can post. I can also put all my documents there, and then that should be helpful to everyone. So this is what I wanted to say, and it's a good gathering, and I got connected with more and more people, and I can also certainly provide my support to this. And youth are there, as you have more energy than us, and we are becoming more armchair scientists nowadays. Please forgive us, and if there is any need for field visits, I am still okay, because I am an international COVID affected fellow, because once in India and once in Bangladesh in quarantine I was under the care of UN doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And I should personally thank Kishore Kumar Nandigam Garu, like he has joined later, for actually bringing you onto this forum. Kishore Garu, you haven't joined earlier, but you are there. So I would like to thank you and very grateful for bringing Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu into this forum. So on that note, I would like to share what this EIMAC is all about and how I envision and we envision EIMAC. So we envision EIMAC to be a support system. and a platform for cross-learning, co-creation of knowledge and sharing of the same with everyone like that are involved. And the major role of EIMAC, as we see as of now, is mobilization of both human and financial resources on need-based, on a consensually agreed and developed agenda for both coastal resilience and mangrove restoration and sustainable development of. And there was like one thing what came from the earlier presentations Shubham as well as Dr. Vishundar, that there is a need to strengthen the traditional and community-based institutions like the BMCs, biodiversity management committees, and empowering the local institutions of panchayats and gram sabhas. So what role can EIMAC can play in actually strengthening these institutions? And of course, when I say financial resources, yes, that's where the role of all these markets and financial institutions come into picture. Apart from donors and fundings, market would also play a role. So that's where I see the role of people like Anuradha ji and all to contribute to this. And also how we see EIMAC is to become a part of the Global Mangrove Alliance for national and international advocacy based on results grounded in action research. And that's exactly what Amrit has flagged in the very beginning and very inception of this thing, that everything should be grounded in data, and whether we have the data and how we play a role in generation of the data, for further advocacy, not only at the national, but also the international level. This is how we envision an EIMAC to be at this point of time. But this is just the beginning, not the end. So I'm so grateful to everyone who took time and joined us on such a short notice and sharing your valuable experience. And today I am more enriched and I'm more knowledgeable now than I joined this this forum in the morning. So I'm really grateful and I'm really thankful for everyone for taking time and joining us. So I would request my dear friend and colleague Judith Christiana to present.
I think Kishore wants to say something. Kishore.
Yeah. Kishore ji.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and it's a wonderful. And I met the legends of the environment lovers. Definitely, yes, I'm a very small in front of all of you. And Dr. Ravi Shankar is there. He knows us about service and everything. And I don't want to just boast all the general service we do. It's really great people are here, and I'm really very happy to see all of you. I'll go according to your suggestions, and I'll follow all the workmanships of the people, those who are working on the mangroves. Hereafter, we'll implement and incorporate all the people over here, and this is a nice place for development of the mangroves. Thank you very much, and I really love you all.
Thank you, Kishore.
Yeah, thank you, Kishore. A special thanks to you for connecting us with some of the wonderful people we have today here. So a big thank you.
Amrit has to say something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we are initiating a platform and we have all the expertise and people working on the ground. What we need here is like an idea for the next 5 years or maybe 10 years in terms of climate change and everything, and how much area of mangrove we are going to restore. So let's put a number on that. So in that way, we can look for funds. Okay, if we are going to restore 1,000 hectares of mangroves, we need maybe 100 crore. So how we generate that, and then we disperse it within the group or within the NGOs and everyone. But first, for the East Coast, the first idea would be to find out how much area of mangroves we are going to restore, and how much funds we can generate. Then the carbon credit and everything can come in to manage that. But first, it would be to find out how much area we have in mind and how much money we need. So how much we can get from respective state governments, how much we can get from corporate social responsibility, and how much we will ask the central government, So yeah, that's my idea to put for this.
That's amazing. To just be precise, to just get the target. that level of clarity is always important. And thank you so much for the suggestion, like, and that's very helpful. Thank you, Amrit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now I'd like to request my colleague, like Mrs. Judith Christiana, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Kanna. Thank you. A big good afternoon to all the distinguished scientists, research scholars, the practitioners, the activists, and all the participants. My heartfelt thanks from Saki Waters. So I just want to express my gratitude for the great work you all are doing at the field in your own way, and the wonderful experiences that the speakers have shared in this podium. And I also wish to thank for the work you are doing at the ground level. I heard from Devabrata the wonderful work he's doing. So it really touched my heart. So on behalf of Saki Waters, I just want to render my thanks to all of you. And like Dr. Ravi Shankar mentioned, I think this beginning should of the formation of the EIMAC should not only move forward, but go beyond. So I'm sure with all your support and efforts, we will take EIMAC to great heights in making the world a better place. Thank you once again to all of you.
So I think a great round of applause for
Sure.
the entire team.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
For this group.
Thank you. We crossed, like, we overshoot by 3 minutes, but yes, we are on time. Thank you so much. And
Thanks,
it's
Kanna.
a very great beginning in 2023. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kanna, for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.